Так, добрый вечер. Добрый вечер, чат. Собственно, собственно, что, диски Elysium, да, на чем мы остановились? Мы остановились, так, на том, что я забыл. Сейчас, секунду. Мы остановились на том, что поболтали с челиком из ломбарда. Угу. Привет, Валюш, да, потихонечку строю. Что у нас вообще есть? И вот еще вопрос, вот у нас типа уже ночь. Я так понял, тут ну типа на 2 ночи будет типа, как говорится, остановка игры в том плане, что время дальше идти не будет. То есть я теоретически могу все что угодно делать в это время. Закрыть шлюз, перейти на берег. Наверное, не сработает. Да, нормально. Оп. Давай сильнее. Срочно это говно убрать. Закрыть в среду. Не забыть бы к среде. А, тут вот какой-то есть типа пометка по времени. То есть все остальное я могу делать в любой момент. О, у нас появилась карта, кстати. Логика опасна. Это, видимо, где у меня какие-то проки есть, да, которые я могу сделать. Угу. Так, подожди, а чем мы тогда займемся-то сейчас? Найдите представительницу транспортной компании, которая нужит порт, все про убийство наложения. Где-то недалеко, это, простите, недалеко от чего? Недалеко в порту? Не, она вроде не в порту живет. Кажется. Шлюз на ремонте до среды. А, ну вот поэтому в среду его надо будет дернуть, я понял. Так, ну не знаю, давай просто погуляем. Как говорится. Опа, что тут у нас? Канализационная решетка. Врата к реке нечистот. Вот это, видимо, да? Так, ну тут как будто ничего нету. Блин, вот аудио мне нравится в игре, прям чисто кайф. Тупо черебосишь. Вроде как NPC не уходит, хотя этот чувак с сигаретой ушел. К слову. А девочка все еще сидит. То есть тут все-таки как бы NPC двигаются, я так понимаю. Может она что-то новое мне скажет. Она, скорее всего, сидит, потому что... А нет, можно спросить. Так, кто значит здесь? Сова. Странно.
Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line.
Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here.
Привет, Elysium. Насчет другого знака долой
I don't know
мусоров.
anything about that either.
Я
Pig
их писал.
is a widely used term for
No need to worry. We are not sick.
Okay. Well, I didn't. Excuse.
She's uncomfortable.
Oh, okay.
Понятно. Но она, скорее всего, сидит, потому что ее можно поспрашивать, типа, куда вообще идти. А вот всякие магазинчики, интересно, открыты? Закрыты, да, на ночь? То есть особого смысла, короче, ночью тусить нету, я понял. А у меня, кажется, были... Мне кажется, могу что-то почитать.
An intricate web of blue
Фотография
lines
татуировок.
stretches across the torso. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to gone.
Ушедший. А что
For
означает
you to
татуировка?
discover. You've gotten as far as you.
Понятно. Книга краткое описание инфраматериализма.
The face of King Freecell smiles at you. For some reason, the smart comrade. As you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal
Товарищ,
expression.
как ты знаешь, название нашего журнала взято из бессмертного выражения Мазова или Мазова или Мазова Ду Кристола Фюми. Так он говорил о том, как жестокие кристаллические структуры капиталистической идеологии при коммунизме превращаются в дым. Но и мы, как те структуры капиталистической идеологии, сами рискуем обратиться а-ля фильм. В отличие от многих изданий, готовых пичкать своих читателей, ободряющей размазнёй, мы не боимся говорить радикальную правду, даже когда эта правда может отпугнуть потенциальных подписчиков. Так что ты ценишь наш радикальный мозаический взгляд на современную политику, культуру и международные отношения, пожалуйста, подпишись на наш журнал. Ким, кажется, это коммунистический журнал. А чего ожидали? Он лежал в комменте образцы дебардеров. Они же наверняка его и финансируют. Хочу узнать, что творится в мире. Ну понятно, короче, лору наваливают. Я тебя абсолютно не интересует зарубежное дело, даже не уверен, где бы что из этих стран находятся. Что такое Kunst and Culture? Проходит некоторое время, то, что разобраться, но похоже, это искусство и культура. Местная художница, известная по инициалам СЧ.
Is a long essay titled Tip Top. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer. The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but if you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships and you think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent Instead, you find yourself skimming 10,000 word feature about all the where to even start.
Еще коммерциализация спонсорства, террористический преступный акцент на смертельных катастрофах. Где кто это написал? Это любопытно, в статье указано два автора. Настёп Энкаландо Берналь и Исул Бифер. Буга. Экселес Буга. Каждое стремление, говорит статья, при капитализме имеет свою цену. Каждое удовольствие, даже такое примитивное, как радость от гонок, сводится к возможности для рекламы. Becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers, and that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random spectacle at the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for. Мне действительно нравятся гонки. Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, this flimsy magazine is right. Deep down, you know that's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry. The whole point of these sorts of articles Ким, ты знал, что тип-топ турнет на самом деле разнузданный ритуал капиталистического разрушения? Я вот понятия не имел. Интересно, что еще на самом деле является лишь метафорой жизни при капитализме. Уверен, что большая часть вещей, если верить молодым людям. Молодые, бля, ну типа пороху еще не нюхали. Сосунки. Мы-то вот, блядь, копы. Взрослые. Могу поспорить, что даже никогда даже двигатель изнутри не видел, не играю в жаргон. Все, что не пишут, что это смеется средней долей скепсиса. Ну да, да. Согласен. Правда, причем тут непосредственно, так сказать, механическая часть гонок, когда речь вообще о другом. Что не имеет в виду под местными вопросами. Индивидуальная поддержка дает бастующих, но это база. Согласен. Красный порт красный и белый, Мартинес прощает White Plains, восставший город. Сначала мы захватим Мартинес, потом захватим Дэвида. Вторая статья некого Мартена, обвиняющего владельца жилого комплекса Кейп Сайт незаконным переселением арендаторов коммунистов, всего лишь за то, что те не платят арендную плату. Проклятые коммунисты, надо было истребить их поганая премия, когда была возможность. Ну, бля, ну мы же не депутат Единой России-то, в конце концов. Или скорее ЛДПР какой-нибудь. Владимир Вольфович, царствие небесное, так сказать. Понимали пенсию всех собеседников, что не было бы работы, про деньги просто возможно где-то жить, действительно возмутительная практика. Я думаю, что для всех было бы лучше, если бы пролетариат и капиталисты могли бы прийти к какому-то разумному соглашению.
The
Возмутительная
writer G.
практика.
Martin remarks
Капиталист
dryly
следует при распределении
that
богатства только в том
capitalists
случае, когда
love
богатство
wealth
перераспределяется вверх.
redistribution. You flip back to the front of the main.
Ну, база получается, база. Что у нас еще есть? Деформированная пуля.
The bullet is safely sealed away
Пуля надежно
in a
запечатана в
plastic
пластиковый
bag,
пакет с символикой
bearing the
РКМ.
RCM
Ким
stamp.
нанес на ярлык
Kim has
номер
filled out
предмета,
the
номер
label
дела, а
on
также
the
место и
bag.
время
The
прохождения
side is
пули.
orderly handwriting. The bullet looks
Рядом с его
especially
аккуратным
sad,
почерком пуля
like
выглядит
a
особенно
tiny,
печально, как
shriveled
высохшая
head of
цветная
cauliflower.
капуста. Что же мне с тобой
What?
делать, пуля? Я сказал, что же мне делать с тобой делать,
Well,
пуля?
if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot
Да,
you.
найдя оружие, с которым на выстреле,
If we
хорошая
find who
мысль.
owns it, we will have likely found who used it. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Чуть пулю
The jacket of the
внимательнее.
bullet
Оболочка
is
сделана
made
из
of a
желтоватого
yellowish metal.
металла.
It is blossomed
Желтоватого
out to
металла. Она
reveal
раскрылась
a
как
dark
цветок,
grey
демонстрируя
core.
темно-серую
The base
сердцевину.
of the
Диаметр
bullet
основания
is
около
close
5
to 5 millimeters in
миллиметров.
diameter.
Смотрите
You can just
оболочку.
about make
Ближе
out
к
the
основанию
few
можно трудом различить
striations near
несколько
the
оборотов.
base of the
Волос
bullet.
толщиной
Little
продольной. Кажется
hairlines,
стандартной.
linear. It's
Сердцевина.
quite destroyed.
От пули
Some
мало
of
что
the
осталось,
fragments
а
are
отдельно
still
осколки
lodged in
застряли
the
в
wood.
ране.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
Это гильзовая пуля около 5 мм в
A
диаметре.
jacketed bullet. Okay.
Гильзовая пуля, ладно.
would have
Такими
been
стреляют
shot
из
from
армейских
military
газонозарядных
grade breech-loading
винтовок, а не из
rifle.
дульнозарядников,
Not from a
распространенных на
muzzleloader,
улицах
but those
Мартинеса.
We were right.
Мы были правы,
This
стреляли
came
из
from
очень
precision.
серьезного
Even the
оружия.
RCM uses ordinary and jacketed
Даже
chemical
офицеры
bullets.
ОГМ используют обычные
This is
бесгильзовые
strange.
конические пули.
Very strange.
Это странно,
I like this,
очень
officer.
странно. Это хорошо,
Strange means
детектив.
unique.
Странно,
Unique means
уникально.
incriminating.
Уникальность может послужить
We need to
доказательством.
find the
Нам
gun
нужно
that
найти
shot
оружие, из которого был сделан выстрел.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon.
Опа.
This will have to be one of those
Что тебе
epic
подсказывает, что до
tasks
этого
that's
далеко?
open for a while.
Похоже, это одно из тех грандиозных заданий, которые долго остаются незакрытыми. Координация. У меня есть два навыка. Что нам дает координация? Целься, огонь. Ну чё, чат? Пытаемся легендарочку-то прокнуть? Или как? Сколько? Давай посмотрим для начала, сколько у нас еще, в принципе, шанс будет. Ну, допустим, мы ее в двоечку закидываем.
The bullet is still safely
20...
sealed
Блин, ну
away in a
28
plastic
можно,
bag
кстати,
bearing
порандомить,
RCM
чат. Что
stamp.
думаете?
A rifle
Ебать.
revolutionary period. Your bullet
Ну,
looks
это
to be
получается
old
суперкоп в деле.
4.46 millimeter. From the
Винтовка
surplus
времен
left over from
революции.
the
Пуля,
turn of the
похоже,
century.
4,46 мм из старых военных излишков рубежа веков. Видимо, антиквариат или его модифицированная версия. Повезло, лакер. Это называется скилл. Ну, просрал 2 очка, но и пригодятся еще, я думаю. Я так понимаю, тут все очки пригодятся,
The
так или иначе.
4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belma Grade
Калибр
rifle.
широко использовался для
However,
винтовок
Shirley
Бельмаграф, левошольского производителя.
BM
БМ была
dominated
самым
the
популярным оружием на
battlefield in
Австралийском театре
of the
военных действий
anti-Centennial
предвековой революции 60 лет назад.
50 years
Кто-то
ago.
до сих пор их производит?
But
Нет, но
Ziegler,
после войны
a
армейские
major
излишки
firearm
достали
manufacturer,
Циллигер,
ended up with a
крупнейшему
surplus
производителю
after the
огнестрельного
war.
оружия,
So
так
there
что
are still a
там
lot of
всем
these
все еще
old
встречается
military
немало этих
rifles
старых
floating
винтовок,
around.
обычно сломанные,
Usually
делали их из
broken.
рук вон плохо.
The quality was appalling.
Кто использует бельмограф в наши дни?
Antiques
Любители
enthusiasts,
антиквариата,
guerrilla
партизаны в
fighters in
отдаленных
distant
странах, некоторые
countries,
удачливые
a few
джемропские
lucky
бандиты.
jamrock
Скорее
bangers.
всего, ты ищешь хорошо
You're looking
сохранившийся
for a
антиквариат.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
Лейтенант что-то отмечает в своем блокноте. Что вы думаете о пуле? Поторговать пулю через пакет. В местах разрыва гильзы образовались острые грани. Пуля холодит даже сквозь пакет. Кажется, я знаю, откуда это. Многозначительно подвести пакетом.
Okay. And
Так, и выстрел, возможно, был произведен из винтовки Бельмаграф.
an antique.
Антиквариат
That
звучит
makes sense.
правдоподобно. В Мартинезе и
There
даже во
can't be
всем
many
Ревошеле не может быть
breech-loading
большого
rifles
количества
floating around
краснозарядного
Martinez.
оружия.
Oh,
Почему?
sure, there's some arms trafficking.
Конечно,
But the
торговля
laws
оружием все еще
prohibit the
существует, но
use of
законы
breech-loaders
монархических времен,
inherited
запрещающие
from
использование
monarchy,
краснозарядного
have been
оружия, по-моему, по
effective, from
впечатлению
what I've seen.
работают довольно эффективно.
Some new RCM
Некоторых
recruits
новобранцев
get impatient
РГМ
with
после
their
тренировок с
muzzleloaders
армейским оружием
once they've
раздражает
trained
наши
with
дульнозарядные, но в конце
military-grade
концов они понимают,
weapons.
что
They
это к
realize
лучшему.
it's worth it in the end.
Я думаю, должно быть более мощное оружие и закон.
Imagine if everyone,
Представьте, если бы все
cops,
попы гражданские имели
citizens, had
доступ к
access to
огнестрельному оружию,
firearm
которое
that
могло бы
could shoot
производить
multiple
несколько выстрелов
rounds
подряд
without
без
pausing to
перезарядки.
reload.
После первого выстрела, второй,
After the
третий и
first
так
shot,
далее, сделать
the
гораздо
second.
проще.
But back to the
Вернемся к
investigation.
расследованию. Похоже, мы охотимся за любителем
Doesn't seem
антиквариата.
that likely. But we'll
Кажется
check
не
out all
слишком
possible
правдоподобным, но мы
leads.
проверим
Next
все
step,
возможные
finding the
версии.
gun itself.
Следующий шаг — найти само оружие. Так, погоди, а там
Okay.
что-то же еще были.
An antique. I have to hand it. Some new RCM recruits get impatient. Imagine if everyone. But back to the
Это точно
investigation.
такой же ответ на другую-то. Могла ли жертва быть связана с иностранными
Let's find
партизанами?
out.
Ну
Next step.
понятно, в общем, ничего больше не скажет. Так, ну мы что, мы вроде бы все потыкали, что у нас было, правильно? Время идти, байники. Так, погоди, у меня еще... У меня все стоит, да? Хорошо, когда все стоит. Ебать, тут, кстати, говна. Пирога 500 штук. Налево, ну, к ломбарду. Я так понял, тут ночью NPC-то типа... О, девка свалила. Я так понял, NPC ночью уходят. То есть, бесконечно бегать. Хотя нет, вон какой-то бич стоит. Самоотплатный бинокль теперь он не работает. Так, ну давай посмотрим, конечно, перед сном, что здесь вообще как. Северный объезд. Жилой комплекс Кейпсайд, причал Мартинеза. В ломбарде мы были на прошлом стриме.
This coin-operated
Платный
viewer is
бинокль.
facing southwest.
Бедный
It's
маленький
quite slow.
бинокль.
The metal feels
Металл
cold
под твоей
and
ладонью
wet
холодный и
under your
мокрый. Это
palm.
как-то не
It
гигиенично.
looks unhygienic.
Вандализм.
Probably some kids.
Наверное, дети какие-то.
A simple but clever solution to ruin in a coin-operated viewer. It took in a thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word owner under the graffito. A sea
За
of
надписями
blues
появляется
and
размытое
grays
море синих и серых
Behind the
оттенков.
water
За
lies
водой
a
начинается
coast
берег с
studded
пятнами
with
тростника и
concrete
бетона.
reeds. On
На
it,
берегу церковь
a
на
church
сваях,
on
шаткие,
stilts,
потрепанные погодой
lanky,
дощатые
weather-worn
стены
wooden
и
planks,
X-образный
an
крест,
egg-shaped
венчающий
cross topping the
колокольню.
church looks old and
Церковь старая,
weather-worn.
повидавшая виды, в окнах не горит свет.
Around the large wooden building, you see
Вокруг
chunks
большого
of sea
деревянного
ice
здания ты видишь
gathered.
разложенные на берегу глыбы морского льда. На льду установлена небольшая палатка.
A thick layer of
Это-
graffiti under the
да,
the church looks around the large.
Понял, как говорится, принял. Если бы у тебя в руках был пакет, то мог бы собрать и сдать все бутылки. Увы. Следи за базаром, когда со мной разговариваешь, щенок. Слышь крики морских птиц вдалеке. Опа, а шо это у нас туточки? Опа, немножко реальчиков получается. Красота. А шо у нас тут? Ну, по стене проходит линия отверстия от пуль. Ничего, понял. Одинокий баклан наблюдает за морем, безразличный к твоему приближению. Ну и ладно. А это что? Ага, подожди. Опа! Ты смотри, к кому мы пришли-то. О, нормас. Таблетосы. Ну, здравствуйте, юная леди. Добрый день. Подобраться ко мне пытаешься, щепчет-то решил мне голову перерезать во сне. Мусор пришел сон раздеваться, и голос становится почти не слышен. Замочить меня хочешь?
Anything. You're afraid
Да
she'll
скорее,
take
что она с тобой
you
бля, в
out one
смысле?
day.
Нет, что ты взяла? Да зачем ты ко мне так подкрался? Ты лучше меня не пугай, мысли, я сама кого хочешь напугаю. Хуительный диалог, 10 из 10. Садовый шланг, пока снег не растает, вряд ли он кому-то понадобится. Дверь какая-то. Полы стулья побиты дождем и гнилью. На этой стене еще одна линия пулевых отверстий. Ну, тут что-то какие-то перестрелки. Оранжевая бомжовская шапка. Скорость реакции минус риторика. А у меня никакой шапки, да, на данный момент ведь нету. Ну давай скорость реакции. О, ну, блять, ну это, как говорится, стиль. Так-то, ёптать. Жалко, что здесь как будто я своего лица не вижу, а тут как будто бы и вижу. Могли бы как-то там тоже замазать. Было бы забавно. Бочки наполовину заполнены дождевой водой. Правда, у меня таких усищ шикарных нет, а в остальном, да. Килограмм 40 еще накиньте, один в один я буду. Это огромный. Опа. Болевой порог. Узор выщербен от пуль на стене, дается у тебя болью загрузить, трудно дышать. И начать внимательно. Глядываешь стертые отметки на камне, они вглядываются в себя в ответ, бесконечный ряд крошечных черных дыр. Ты чувствуешь, как по виску стекает капелька пота. Здравствуй, Алексей. Охуенно, блядь, смотрелся. Дышать становится еще тяжелее. На секунду стало
Might be the
нехорошо.
after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking at?
Куда здесь столько следов от пуль, постоянно
Remnants from the
встречаются.
revolution.
Наследие революции, им уже
These
больше
are
50
over
лет.
half a century old.
Нам по этому поводу ничего делать не
No,
надо.
we are not
Нет, ведь мы не
constructors
строители, не
and
ремонтники, эти
renovators.
следуют пуль не повод для
And these bullet
расследования.
holes do
А
not
что можешь
look
сказать о
that much.
революции?
I don't have a fresh.
Понятно. На ровном месте просто потерял хпшку. Ну, как говорится, ле классик.
There must be another way into the building.
Должно быть еще какой-то способ попасть в это здание. Может быть, через этот ничем не подозрительный подвал? Просто закрытая дверь, ты с подозрением смотришь на нее. Вот сейчас непонятно, это потому что вечер я туда не могу зайти, или потому что туда, в принципе, просто так не зайти. А это что? Стена на заднем дворе. Это... Почему я смотрю на эту стену? Стена как стена. А и хуй с ней. Ебал я нахуй вот эти ваши декоры. Рок-комплекс Кейпсайд. Рю де Сен-Гислен, северный объезд. Внутри виден каркас ремонтируемого мотоцикла, инструменты, с помощью которых его разобрали. Опа, мусорка. Сюда. Эй, легавый, я наверху. Да мне вообще-то до пизды. Так, а тут может быть какой-то болторез, хуйрез нужен. Опа. Военно-морское пальто, внушение минус сумрак. Так, напомните, что такое сумрак? Это шиза, по-моему, да, наша? А внушение... Дипломаты, обаяшки, социопаты. Это я. Это чисто я. Это максимально я. Так. Верни мне, пожалуйста, фишку. И на что мы это поменяем? А, ну тут плюс 2 дают. Ля какая бейба. Ну ты посмотри, а. Ну ты посмотри на этого красавца, а. Ну увы. Увы, плюс 2 лучше, чем плюс 1, минус 1 явно. Вспомнить бы потом в нужный момент, что у тебя есть. Тоже было бы неплохо. Ну, понемножку магния, будьте любезны. Поговори, я знаю, но я сначала низ облутаю. Ну, это вот Ксия, так словно его недавно покрасили. Пирс только для жителей Рю де Сен-Гислен 33А. Понимаю. Опа. То на танцах не сильно больше этой яхточки. Да ну как не сказал бы. Навалят много лора. О, опять немножко воды. Джойс Мессия. Действительного вида женщина стоит, облокотившись на крышу каюты собственной яхты. Добрый вечер, господа. Меня зовут Джойс. Она протягивает руку в знак приветствия. Охуенно, как она протянула-то? Эластика? Представь, проблема... А, это мы с ней должны были побазарить, походу, да? Ну, давай пожмем руку. Рада, что вы пришли. Она крепко жмет тебе руку холодными пальцами. Стальная хватка, ты чувствуешь силу. Она могла бы вонзить ногти глубоко тебе под кожу, если бы захотела. У меня ёпты перчатки толстенные на руке. Чё, ну куда она там животного? Меня отправили сюда, чтобы решить ситуацию с забастовкой, не для того, чтобы разбираться с самосудом. Я с радостью окажу любое содействие РГМ в этом
That is
деле.
good to hear,
Рад это
madam.
слышать.
My
Тогда мой
colleague
коллега
will
задаст мне
take
несколько
the lead
вопросов.
on this
Хочу вас
interview.
предупредить,
I should
что
let you
недавно с
know
ним
that he
случился
is
один необычный
recovering from
приступ,
a
очень необычный. Он очень
unusual
совсем от него
medical
оправился.
episode.
Однако могу заметить, он уже вполне
Very
готов вести
There's a trace of
расследование.
irony in his voice. Mischief
Ну, это сычонок подъебывает
Lieutenant
меня,
is
ты
acted
посмотри на
happens
него.
quicker than a shooting star. But did
Видимо,
the
только что
lieutenant just
подмигнул
How
тебе.
interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the
Вы на
meanwhile,
яхте.
yes, I am.
Так, здесь мало у кого есть свое судно.
Of course there are.
Нужно
We're on an
архипелаге.
archipelago. How
Мгм.
else are you supposed to get around?
Погодите-ка, на
Yes,
архипелаге?
we are. We are on Lokayu.
Я думал, мы в
We
Ревашоле.
are. And the city of Revachol is on the
Вот
island
Ревашоле
of
тоже на
Lokayu.
острове Лекаю. Бля, на острове жить, наверное, кайф. Как бы то ни было, не видел, чтобы здесь кто-то еще катался на яхте. Я тоже не видел, чтобы здесь еще кто-нибудь рассекал нам теневой на карете Купри Кинема.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a
На самом
patrol
деле,
and pursuit
эта
vehicle.
мотокарета специально создана для патрулирования и
Neither
преследования.
is this.
Она нужна
A
для
toy,
длительных
I
поездок
mean.
по
It's a
Ревашольскому
machine
грузовому
for
порту.
crossing
Это
long
не игрушка.
distances in the Bay of Revachol,
Как и
between
моя
the
яхта, не
city
игрушка,
and
я
the
имею в виду. Это
island.
транспортное средство, которое позволяет преодолевать большие расстояния в заливе Ревашоли, перемещаться между городом и островами. У нее есть
The
имя?
boat?
У яхты нет,
No.
это корда лет
It
19.
is
Так
called
называют одномачтовые яхты
Corda
такого
Lady
типа.
19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
Ладно, а что это за яхта? Какого она
It's a
типа?
pleasure craft.
Это прогулочное
19
судно длиной
пейсов.
19
It
пейсов.
also happens to be
Относится
rated
также
for
к первой категории
Category 1
гоночных
racing.
яхт. Хотя на сегодняшний день
So these
используется
days
судно
I mainly
преимущественно
use
для
it for
работы.
business.
Она вам
My
нравится?
sloop? I
Яхта?
like
Да,
it a
очень.
lot.
С такой яхтой
It's
чувствуешь
the
себя как
eel's
сыр в
hit.
масле.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview.
Отличная беседа.
It
Не
has
имеет совершенно
something to
ничего
do
общего
with
с убийством,
what we're
которое мы
investigating.
расследуем. У вас есть право на управление этой
Officer,
яхтой?
I
Уверяю
assure
вас, я
you, I'm a highly
квалифицированный оператор
qualified pleasure
прогулочных
The
яхт.
crowns of her teeth are porcelain.
Она
White
сверкает
as the
улыбкой,
boat's
белизна
hull
керамических
as she
коронок не
smiles.
уступает белизне самой яхты.
Qualified pleasure craft operator.
Но где же ее
So
права?
charming.
Определите ваше
I just
право,
renewed its
пожалуйста.
safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two
А что случилось со временем
incident
второй
regatta.
регаты?
The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter.
Тем не менее, все равно должен
Much
проявить
like-
ваши
Actually, you
права.
don't.
Нет, я абсолютно уверен, что должен. Я же полицейский. В смысле?
The Wayfarer Act specifically
Закон
denies the
путника
RC
иного уровня
the
различает
authority
орган
to
требовать
demand
определения прав на
anyone's
управление
operating
транспортным средством.
license.
Почему-то не все служители
It's a
закона
little
знают об
known
этом.
fact among us law officials.
То есть мы не можем останавливать случайных прохожих и требовать предъявить документы? Вот лажа.
Unless it's their passport. No.
Да, я хотел бы взглянуть на ваш
Of
паспорт.
course.
Посмотрите
The
ее
woman
паспорт.
is silent.
Женщина молча улыбается, волны бьются о борт яхты. Да, она по-любому потом мне это
In
припомнит.
your hand,
Видишь,
under
как
the
голубой
plastic,
паспорт
a
обернут в
light
полиэтиленовый
pink
пакет. На
passport
паспорте
saying
написано Республика Веспер.
Republic of Vesper. The coat of arms
На
has a
государственном
lion
гербе
and
изображен
ostrich.
сидящий лев и страус.
Seaton,
На этой странице
woman
фотографии.
born in the year 3 in the commune
С
of
фотографии тебе
Revachol.
улыбается женщина, рожденная в третий год в Ревашольской коммуне. Лицо украшают морщинки между бровей и в уголках глаз. Фотография сделана недавно. Имя Джойс Лейтон Мессия.
Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Вас зовут Джойс, в переводе
Yes.
«возрадуйся»? Да, только
But
прошу, не
please don't
называйте
call me
меня
that.
так.
Joyce
Почему?
is much
Джойс
more
намного
official.
She
короче.
doesn't like it.
Ей не нравится это имя. Возможно, плохие воспоминания. Злые одноклассницы, далеко не старый любовник. Вы из
My
Веспера?
husband is.
Мой муж
I
оттуда.
have
У меня
dual
двойное
citizenship.
гражданство.
A
С весперским
versatile is
гражданством
handier when
удобнее
traveling.
путешествовать. Похоже, все в
She nods
порядке.
and returns the
Спасибо.
plastic bag to her
Так,
coat.
с яхтой мы разобрались.
Good.
Расскажите мне о Wild Pines. Чем вы
What
занимаетесь?
we do.
Чем мы занимаемся? Вы сегодня
I'm
говорите
afraid
о
I
своей
don't
компании. Это
speak
огромное
for Wild
предприятие.
Pines as a whole.
Эм,
It's a
Чем
giant
же они
of the Pines.
занимаются?
Core competency
Основная
is
специализация Wild
logistics.
Pines — логистика,
Container
контейнерные
shipping,
перевозки,
freight,
грузоперевозки и
that sort of
тому
thing.
подобное.
See those
Видите,
airships
аэростаты
there?
мелькают там
Thinking.
вдали. Это те самые
And that is the
перевозки.
terminal.
А там терминал.
Another
Еще одно
subdivision
подразделение
deals with
занимается
energy,
энергетикой, добычей
oil and
нефти и
gas
газа на морских
exploration,
платформах.
offshore platforms.
А сколько у них денег?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance
В
sheet,
прошлом году
but
ты
I
представил
can
более
tell
20
you that
миллиардов
last year-
реалов.
A billion?
Миллиард. Это намного больше суммы, которой я располагаю.
Yes, past a
Да, в
certain
определенный момент
point,
числа уже
numbers
перестает
begin to
казаться чем-то
seem
действительным. Тем не
imaginary,
менее, они имеют прямое
but they
отношение к
are quite
действительности
real for the
72
72,000
тысяч сотрудников,
employees who
которые
depend
зависят
on
от
Wild Pines for
выплачиваемых
their
Wild Pines
paycheck. A
зарплат.
conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark.
Конгломерат такого
If it
размера, как
stops
Wild
moving
Pines,
and
можно
growing,
сравнить с
it will
акулой. Если он
die.
становится
Then
прекратит
what
расти, он
becomes of
погибнет.
those
И что ж тогда будет с
72,000
72 тысячами семей?
It is a
Это колоссальная
tremendous
ответственность.
responsibility.
А откуда у них все эти
They
миллиарды?
started
Изначально это был флот экспедиционных и грузовых кораблей, осуществляющих торговлю между Самарийской и Австралийской изолами, что бы это ни значило. Это было 250 лет назад, когда корабли Wild Pines отправились в экспедицию в Южно-Семенинский регион и составляли карты Ло-Монтанга для Сюзерена. Сотни лет заботы и приверженности делу, сотни лет безумия заложены в основу этого предприятия. Корабли проходили сквозь великое волнение, чтобы появиться вновь с абрикосами в тле. Логика такой системы в объединении. Она забирает своих работников все необходимое для дальнейшего роста. А что такой гигантской системе нужно в таком вот месте? Вы имеете в виду, помимо того, что компания является законным владельцем терминала, который отвечает за транспортировку 8% грузов по всему миру? Но на самом деле это же не вы отвечаете за транспортировку рабочие, без них компания ничто. Мы построили этот район. Все самое лучшее, я прям представил, как она его лично строила, блядь. Кирпичи, блядь, достала. Самое лучшее в нем ряды с Гислен с ее бастионами, метеоранскую мозаику на площади. За счет вложений Wild Plains удалось даже восстановить некоторые старые уличные фонари. Когда грузовой порт еще не захватил весь Мартинес, когда этот район еще даже не был частью Ривашоля, задолго до постройки терминала Б Wild Pines, построили Мартинес как курорт для своих ривашельских сотрудников. Это было место для отдыха, сюда можно было приехать на выходные или даже провести летний отпуск, а потом появился Ривашоль. Тоже другая история. Я здесь, чтобы убедиться, что Wild Pines смогут и дальше понять свои обязательства в отношении места, которое они создали. И вы, я надеюсь, мне в этом поможете. Слышится в ее мягком голосе. Ну такое. Похоже, вы богаты, дадите мне денег. Что можете сказать о забастовке? Все, за исключением разве что коммерческих тайн компании. Погодите, если я хочу услышать именно о коммерческих тайнах, тогда для начала вам придется добиться отмены законов торговли в условиях чрезвычайного положения и материальной поддержки, которые дают мне право сохранять молчание. Это очень ветвистые законы. Ветвистые, тогда я срублю это дерево. Удачи. Этот закон всего лишь стоит на страже имущественных прав половины цивилизованного мира, в том числе ваших. Мадам имеет в виду, что легитимность закона торговли в условиях чрезвычайного положения, как и легитимность РГМ, обеспечивается коалиционным правительством. Однако, я, кажется, увлеклась. Вы хотели узнать про забастовку. А какую роль вы играете во всем этом? Полагаю, моя официальная должность – старший специалист по урегулированию вопросов с трудящимися. На практике же я всего лишь посредник. Я передаю требования профсоюза Wild Pines, а потом возвращаюсь со встречным предложением. И как проходят переговоры? И никак, в этом-то и проблема. Неделю назад профсоюз прекратил все переговоры, после того, как случился этот ужасный самосуд. Стоп, она только что признала, что самосуд связан с забастовкой. Теперь меня даже в порт не пускают. Ворот охраняет какой-то громила расист. А, вы имеете в виду головомера? Ну, я ему недавно прописал в торец, так что, как говорится, можем договориться. То есть забастовка все-таки связана с самосудом. Позже, ну конечно, позже.
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when...
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do the...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused...
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan.
Так, ну и что случилось с тем, кто работал до вас?
How did he put it? Fuck off, midget.
Иди нахер, гребаный
Gaumont
карп.
is short of stature, you see.
Не очень
Keep in
получилось.
mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Какие
There are
требования?
leaflets everywhere and
Да,
banners.
повсюду же эти листовки,
What did they
плакаты,
say
как там
again?
было написано?
Every
Ах, да.
worker, a
Каждый
member of
рабочий
the
член
board.
правления. Мне
Then you
нравится.
might also like their other slogan. Demand
Тогда вам наверняка
democracy.
понравится и другой их лозунг требуем демократии. Да, это тоже
Personally,
хорошо.
I don't think it has the same
Лично мне
pizazzo
кажется,
as
этому лозунгу не
every
хватает
worker,
того
a member of the
пейзажа,
board.
что есть у фразы «каждый рабочий член правления». Что они вообще этим хотят сказать? Какие
It's
требования
quite
выдвигают?
simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what,
Смотрите, все просто. Каждый раз, когда Wild Pines Group принимает решение, например, насчет, да неважно, вообще любое решение, требуется подпись каждого из 2200 рабочих терминалов Мартинеза. Просто чтобы вы поняли, речь идет лишь об одном из 22 терминалов, лежащих в Wild Pines. То есть хотят главенствовать не только в компании, но и над 72 тысячами сотрудников Wild Pines Group. Король мертв, да здравствуют рабочие. Вполне может быть и так, не мне решать, кому быть королем. Но с точки зрения переговоров, начало не слишком радужное. Что вы собираетесь сделать? Не знаю, сначала само собой предположил, что это было лишь приглашение к переговорам, демонстрация жесткой позиции, немного даже с издевкой. Однако за этим ничего не последовало, лишь тот же абсурдный лозунг, который они встают снова и снова. А теперь, как я понимаю, к этому прибавился еще и самосуд за танцами в тряпье. Ужасная ситуация, хуже не придумаешь. Простите, а кто вам рассказал про самосуд? Услышал это от боя, что скрывается у ворот. Того самого, чье имя просто кричит о его отвращении к работе. Кажется, за именем Маньяна. А что вы об Эвраре можете мне рассказать? Страстный приверженец соблюдения деловой этики, однако про него можно сказать совершенно точно, он стоит интересно рабочий превыше всего, да? Серьезно? Конечно нет, он любит взятки. Ну да, я что-то даже удивился на секунду. Ножом рапиры его ткнуть. Эврар — герой рабочего движения. Говорите так, словно готовы проткнуть его рапирой. Очень на него похоже. Самый ужасный взяточник, которого мне доводилось встречать. У него еще и брат-близнец есть Эдгар.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Edgar does.
Как только у одного из братьев заканчивается срок председательства, должность вступает второй. Потрясающе. Я почти уверен, что на самом деле нет никакого брата, и он там один. А что можешь сказать про сам профсоюз, не понимаю расчет братьев Клэр?
It must not organize labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers...
A mob. The débardeurs are a crime syndicate.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but... And your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the débardeurs union is...
Чудовищная пиявка, которая высасывает жизнь из Ривашоля.
Indeed. And a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always have the scabs. You mean the huddled masses of jam?
Don't let her answer it herself.
Назовем их штрейкбрейкерами. Это ведь вы отправили их туда?
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
Еще один момент. Скажи, что произошла какая-то история с выборами. Была одна женщина, предыдущая председательница профсоюза. Так вот она пропала. Пропала?
On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work, ever.
В последний день выборов местное правление профсоюза, когда вдруг позвонила ее дочь, сообщила, что мать снимает свою кандидатуру и не уйдет больше на работу никогда. Такая вот история. А как звали эту председательницу? К сожалению, запись в компании было вообще не указано. Просто председательница, личной переписке Холли. Я даже не знаю, имя это или фамилия, и у меня нет доступа к документам профсоюза. Возможно, ее шантажировали? Внутренние дела профсоюза. Подобное случается, когда в деле замешаны Клэр. Будьте осторожны с ними. Так, я услышал все, что надо. Кстати, я поговорил с Эвраром Клэром. Поговорили? И что вы думаете, господин Клэри? Пришло время выбирать... О, тихо. Так, ну, как говорится, я верен вам и истокам капитала. Но мне он точно не нравится. Эта женщина, хоть и тоже, скорее всего, так сказать, лакей капитала, но она, по крайней мере, честно в этом признается. Герой рабочего движения, мой кумир, которому я присягнул на верность. Жирный социалист-оппортунист. Мне он не понравился.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed? Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Ну, конечно.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person?
Ты любишь сплетни.
She'll like you for it.
Расскажи, что понравится. Господин Аврар помогает мне в поисках моего пистолета. Отлично.
Oh,
Давай. Так, любезно с его
The
стороны.
lieutenant looks at you, and he's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about
Вот
this.
полицейские,
To get
придерживающиеся
reaction.
нестандартных методов
So
расследования, иногда теряют оружие, после чего они начинают рассказывать об этом налево и направо, чтобы оценить реакции людей. Это вся часть трудной работы.
incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going?
Трудная работа велась пистолет.
detective
Господин Аврар говорит, что
produced a
оружие
gun?
вот-вот
Did
найдут.
he now? Well, then it should be any day now.
Так.
Of course, detective.
Мгм.
Should something come up until then, is there anything I can help you
Так,
with?
что можете сказать про
Quite a few
самосуд?
things, I'm
Не
afraid.
так уж много об этом знаю.
Information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets.
Информация, которую я
The
собираюсь с вами
sake of my
поделиться,
employer,
содержит
I
коммерческую
have to
тайну
ask
компании,
for
поэтому,
names and
чтобы
badge
соблюсти
numbers.
интересы работодателя, вынужден спросить ваши имена и номер
Of course,
удостоверения.
ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves.
Ой, а у нас
I am
нету.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid her...
Oh, and what happened to yours, detective?
Просто что с нашим
Awkwardness
удостоверением.
washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Помните, мой напарник нам говорил, что у него случился один необычный приступ, из-за него я потерял удостоверение.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the
Возможно, я
course of
проснулся
this
после ночи
episode?
обильных возлияний и не смог вообще ничего вспомнить ни про свою жизнь, ни про этот мир. Насколько знаю, я мог его съесть, я ничего не помню ни про мир, ни про город, ничего. Блять. Ну что, ну мы все равно что-то отыгрываем, правильно? Ну я мог его
Oh
съесть.
dear. I suppose
Полагаю, это
this
объясняет
does
некоторые
explain some of
своеобразные
the more
повороты нашей
curious
беседы.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional.
Ты же
Of
офицер
course, I
РГМ.
sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share
Внушение.
anything more until I've seen that
Сочувствие к твоей
badge.
амнезии. А я внушение ведь... Блин, а у меня была какая-то одежда, да, на внушение. А я ее не одел, потому что, ну, откуда же я знал? Ну, давай попробуем. Ну,
Feelings
пенис,
will guide
естественно. Мадам просто обязан знать про это самосуд, для меня это очень важно,
I
все это
assure
дело.
you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible. Trust me, officer, I am fully committed to resolving this impasse.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Например, это яхта. Мгм.
Officer,
Отлично. К этому делу меня
You know-
запомню.
I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something.
You're doing it, despite your own best effort.
I'll be
А,
frank
тут
with
еще
you.
что-то
If
можно...
I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to... The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret. Or you can find your badge.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Глазу на глаз. Ну давай.
This is not going quite as I
Не
hoped.
так, как я ожидал.
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance and, you know, not volunteer.
есть мы
us
теперь её
to it. This
подручные?
woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept in...
He doesn't let it show. But there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the
И ты
investigation.
что предлагаешь делать? Отказаться расследовать контрабанду наркотиков?
If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are set. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this
Нужно
investigation.
типа
with
найти
her.
мое удостоверение.
That would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is... You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Мне жаль, что я поставил в такое положение, я с этим
I'm
разберусь.
sure you will, detective.
Я что-то бухтеть начал.
Good. What can I help you with at this late hour?
Сейчас ночью вы что, совсем никогда не
Matter of
спите?
fact, I
Вообще-то
don't.
нет.
I
Почему?
have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm
Да нет же,
old,
молодо
Lucy, thank
выглядите.
you. I do what I can to remain presentable. Now, ask
Вы
me
знаете
some
об этих
questions as the
татуировках?
man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
То есть вам что-то известно об этих
Better not
татуировках?
tie the forestay to the backstay on this.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Вы создаете впечатление умного человека. Мне нужно, чтобы кто-нибудь поподробнее рассказал мне о реальности, в которой мы находимся.
This reality.
Это связано с тем приступом. Мне сложно вспомнить даже фундаментальное понятие этой реальности.
Yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well.
We may be here a while then.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Пупсик.
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd.
Я и сам пережил такой эпохи диска.
Aren't we all?
Только Мартинес.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the
Так что за
Revolution. It's
море?
not really a sea, it's the Bay of
У
Revachol. Yes.
океана?
We're on an island in an ocean. The world's
Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable, flowing in and out of
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a
Я
pebble,
наркотики не взял,
a
но я
smoothed
по
over
порядочку
pebble
иду.
amidst a great
Сейчас
blue
разберемся.
sea.
It is clear this pebble is of
Ну,
enormous
вроде вообще
value to
должен
her.
был взяться.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city, the great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriot.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century.
380 лет, нифига
380
себе.
years ago, they say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflict. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle, I think it's fair to say so.
A sparkle of lights on the nighttime horizon, reflected in
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiakop.
silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though there is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. She observes your eyes scanning the horizon,
Дереализация.
then breaks. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Так, а у меня нету, да, поинта? Давай суперзвезду, наверное, заменим. Я могу так сделать? Ага, хуёк мне ему, так понял. И даже просто ее обдумать я не могу. Да.
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, man. I'm sure my memory Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am,
Absolutely. My commitment here is long term.
Если я не сделаю этого сейчас, не стану ли я
of course
лентяем?
not. You are already diligent for getting this far. And diligent boys remember where they left off.
Серные мальчики всегда знают, когда нужно остановиться.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Какие времена мы
These
живем?
are unimportant times, detective. You and I were
Позволь на
born
сотую
after
долю
the dust
секунды.
had
Позволь
settled
к
for
чему?
the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what
Вы
she's
All
хищник?
men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. The revolution.
А, Revolution. Revolution это база.
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral
кого права
right.
на
The
недра?
liberals got the mineral rights.
У либералов.
And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
И под либералами вы
Liberals are
подразумеваете...
usually middle-class people, detective, or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries, some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called
Ультралибералы.
ultras or ultra-liberals. They didn't win so much as
Просто
survive.
выжили.
We were the last ones standing when the war ended to foreign intervention. The coalition.
Угу.
Those people,
Кто
really,
входит в
the
коалицию?
coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay. The armed
Короче,
center
весь
of the
мир.
world.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now. The coalition.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Не думаю, что я моралист,
Of
мадам.
course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your...
Rooty tooty, pointy shooty.
Тути-тути. И в папу и оказался он
That's
живой.
the way of history. Those would be the communists.
То полюбовало коммунистов. В общем, в целом время мировой революции полюбовало получило около 40 миллионов человек. Коммунисты были степлены без остатка.
They all got shot in the
Детка,
head.
никогда не говори никогда.
It's a relief.
Она не злорадствует, она чувствует
Oh, and the
облегчение.
anarchists too. They shot
Коммунисты и
them well.
анархисты
Did they
стреляли в
ever?
ответ.
Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Достаточно людей получили пулю в голову. Тысяч кавардак.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Account the real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist
Ебаные
in Graz.
коммунисты. Трусливый
I
король.
prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. The turn of the century revolution? The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities and it made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue.
База, кстати, настоящие причины революции касались материального благосостояния, и пандемия просто послужила толчком. Какая базированная женщина.
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Why? You and I, officer.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and
Наши
you
жизни
have.
очень сильно отличаются друг от друга.
But we share the same time and a city-state divided into free market zones, Under the everlasting, the zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol. After the failure of modernity, they developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as the 30s. Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's know. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash. And welcome to reality.
Oh,
Maybe.
не зря.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You
Я
can
в
see
небольшом
tonight-
I've no
восторге.
right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova.
Рубашка
This
от Барбары
raincoat is
Мусковой
impervious
или
to rain and
Мусковой
is guaranteed
или
for
Мусковой.
100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... We could have had so much more. Every one of us.
Его изменили.
Question. What would you have done
Да,
differently?
мысль, кстати. Отлично. Point дали. Давай. Оп. Усвоить. Оп. Хорошо. Я бы убил 400 миллионов, если бы это было нужно для дела. Какая ваша роль во
And
всем
I
этом?
asked you. Past less to...
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing.
Что-то ни один из вариантов мне не нравится. Скажу, что я не знал. Я не знаю, что я... Ну хотя нет, блин, я не знаю, это тупой ответ. Ну давай, я бы убил 400 миллионов, если бы это нужно было для
Cold
дела.
runs down your spine as you say the word.
I see. A tenth of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost.
Несмотря ни на что, пока эра капитализма не останется в прошлом, человечество не станет
The
свободным.
wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence. A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some
Capital is past.
Капитализм в прошлом.
Past. That's what De Briever, the leader of the Communards, said.
В прошлом она слегка наклоняет голову к плечу. То же самое сказала командир коммунаров Добрева, или Добрева, перед тем, как пуля пробила ей голову. Не поймите меня неправильно, грустно произносит она. Капитализму действительно пришел конец. Нужно понимать, что это никого не сделает свободным, придет к еще большим страданиям.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the
Ну,
official
озвученная
position.
здесь мысль не отражает официальной позиции РГМ по этому
And what
вопросу.
is your official position,
А какова ваша
Lieutenant?
официальная позиция,
My
лейтенант?
position, ma'am? My parents got ripped
Моя
to
позиция,
shreds in
мадам,
the
моих родителей
revolution.
взорвало на куски
I would
время
have
революции.
gone the
Меня
same
ждала та же судьба. Спасло
was
то,
saved
что
by
мне
being
было 2
2
года
years
от роду. Это была бойня, вот моя позиция.
Understandable. They
Довольно
are
в
what they
старых
are.
временах.
Who knows? Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else
Что
you
такое
want to
тяжелый
know?
случай энцефалопатии?
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms
Вроде
She conveys
обследования.
it in short. Cold bursts. Trying not to invest too deeply in the condition
Для
of
чего она
less
возникает?
well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
Точнее, из-за
She
пьянства.
nods slowly. What this boils down to
Какой мы
is
можем сделать из
this
этого вывод?
reality
Вся эта реальность
thing
херня
is
полная.
stupid.
Забиваем косячок,
Blow
берем
this
бутылочку,
joint,
заливаем зенки.
grab a bottle and drain
Мне
that
нужно идти
shit
прямо
right
сейчас.
down your throat.
Очистить свой разум от этого устремления, вернуться к реальности. Ой. Она пристально смотрит, натянув на нее голову на бок, выражение лица немного беспокойное. Это мне что вы такое? Привет, консул, привет. Грац с ПК. Так, сейчас момент.
She won't maneuver her way out
От
of
этого и
this.
не отвертеться. Промолчать. Я ужаснейшая из ужаснейших, предательница, пожирательница
A
детей
traitor.
целых
I
народов.
am an ultra.
Я ультра
She
насилие.
raises the corner of her mouth,
Ну,
smirking.
не, еще первый день только заканчивается. Ну, я не знаю, я типа никогда не проходил эту игру, может быть и много. Я без понятия, сколько тут играть. Но как минимум до среды, потому что в среду можно будет какой-то рычаг дернуть. Ну тут текста просто пиздец, бля, океан воды тебе наебало. Наливают, поэтому очень долго все идет. Уголки ее губ приподнимаются в оскале, обнажая клыки.
It's sharp.
Мощно. Диос мио, либерал. Диос мио.
Yes.
Да, я такая тварь из запретных болот. Это я толкнула короля под поезд революции, а потом привела и революционеров. Такие как я отдали наш народ в лапы финансовых колонизаторов. Вижу, вы считали нас вымершим видом. В конце концов, никто в здравом уме не стал бы считать себя ультралибералом. По крайней мере, открыто. Вы же придерживаетесь левых убеждений, не так? Подскажите, теперь, когда раскрыл свою сущность, чувствуете ли вы отвращение
In
ко
her
мне?
green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and
В ее
self-satire.
зеленых глазах смесь искренности и самоиронии, десятилетия вины и гордости. Да мне пофиг. Вы просто чудовище. РПО, ты говоришь, ДМ. Я прощаю вас только потому, что вы так очаровательны. Дьявола. Ты вероломие и шарма полный искуситель, пробравшийся во благочестие дома.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in
Катись.
numb 12 earth.
Ой, я случайно пробел нажал. Блять, хотите секса? Надеюсь, мы останемся друзьями, несмотря на мое острое желание внедриться в стан врага и предать революцию. Ну и, конечно же, убеждать вас финансовую власть мою отдаться. Честно говоря, мы делаем паузу. Быть может, я бы даже предпочла, чтобы коммунары победили. Кто знает, возможно, им действительно удалось бы построить лучшее будущее. Но они ничего не построили, потому что проиграли. Когда страсти поугасли, остались только либералы. Им пришлось разгребать весь этот бардак. Им удалось выжить, и значит, в их руках была сосредоточена огромная власть, позволявшая задать дальнейший курс. Это было все, чего удалось достичь нашему последнему поколению. А вы поступили бы иначе? При всем уважении к нашим владыкам, вечное временное правительство, которое сделало из Мартини за памятник военной мощи
While a
артиллерии,
gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light
я бы не променял суверенитет на коалиции, ни в Мартинезе, ни в Стелла Мари, ни на плацдармах Дельты. Я бы оставил его, если не для
she
себя,
realizes her small
так для своих дочерей. Мы обязаны были защищать свой суверенитет. Лучше бы мы сожгли дотла всю из зола, чем позволили им прийти
dark
сюда.
orange flames reflect in her green eyes.
Вы умная женщина. Возможно, и когда-нибудь это меня погубит. Вы патриотка? Пожалуй, но я испытываю патриотизм только к этому
Seditious
месту.
talk, man.
Крамольные мысли. У вас есть дочери?
А,
А, она жената, блин. Отстой. Так, больше плюсиков я не залутал, да, увы. Что это, спрашиваешь ты, раскинув руки в сторону? Птица? Нелетающая птица семейства спенисист, обитающая в полярных регионах? Я имел в виду это место, где мы находимся. Я что, настолько неуклюжий? Я имею в виду это место, где мы находимся. Это причал у дома 33А на Рю де Сен-Гислен. Жители этого дома любезно предоставили мне аренду места для яхты. Или 2 места. А что это за дом? Это многоквартирный дом, построенный до революции. Старые дома обычно называют многоквартирными. Видите ли, новые здания называют батиманами. От лес батимен... Однако про дома 33А и 33Б совсем нельзя сказать, что они... Нубиау. Они же старые. Она поднимает взгляд на фасад здания с осыпающейся штукатуркой. Это здание было от 8 до 10 этажей. Настоящий небоскреб по меркам прошлого века. Его построили как в ответ на небоскребы, что стоят в дельте по ту сторону залива. Разумеется, это было еще до войны. И кто там жил? Ну, в основном городские жители, средний класс, я полагаю. Но это было жилье премиум-класса, но потом пушечные снаряды срезали 4 или 5 этажей. Ебать, Синди Черев. Стоящая на полуразрушенном балконе девушка в странных одеждах подносит измазанную красной краской кисть к горлу и бросает на Джойс злобный взгляд. Чик-чик.
You could be wrong.
Это кажется, будто она вводит кистью по горлу, словно перерезая его. Прелестно. Угу. А это что?
The girl in the old lady
Девушка в
rags
лохмотьях старухи? Да.
looks like a sullen and
Похоже на
rebellious
мрачного
member
бунтаря,
of
последовательницу
a
какой-нибудь
teen
подростковой
infraculture.
инфокультуры.
Yes, you and I
Мы
belong
с вами
to the
принадлежим к
superculture.
суперкультуре. Мы обычные люди стада. Музыка по радио, еда из сетевых ресторанов,
The
все
music
слишком
on the
модно, так у
radio,
девочки в
the food in the
лохмотьях
chain
старухи.
wreck. She prefers a
Она
fantasy
предпочитает мир
world,
фантазии,
an
инфокультуру, собственным
infraculture with its
дресс-кодом и
own dress
языком. Боюсь,
code
это
and
лишь иллюзия, и
vernacular.
никуда не уйти от
It is an
суперкультуры.
illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the
Я все понимаю, можешь
superculture.
как-нибудь
I
усложнить?
can't.
Здесь
That's
нечего
how simple it is.
усложнять, все очень
One
просто.
may
Можно
dye
сколько
their
угодно
hair
красить
green
волосы
and wear
зеленые,
their
одеваться
grandma's
бабушке на
coat all
пальто.
they want.
Капитал
Capital
обладает
has the
способностью
ability
убирать
to
в себя
subsume
всю
all
критику.
critiques into
Любая попытка
itself,
критиковать сам
even those
капитал на
who
самом
would
деле только
critique
укрепляет его.
capital and... All right. What next?
Так, ну это можно будет еще выбрать. Давай попробуем.
It remains a
Увы.
mystery what you mean by this something
Увы.
close. This isn't about you. It's about a strange coldness comes over
Увы.
you. The doubt is fully
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Похоже, вы богат. Дадите мне
is what
денег.
you want to say, but it
Хотел бы
isn't
сказать, но это не
that.
так
What
просто,
is
да?
this? An athletic challenge?
А что
Stream it
такое?
from
Это
the
что
top
вызов
of
в
your
нашей
lungs
физической форме, все же прокричи этого всю
Show
водку,
that
покажи им
asshole.
всем. Блять, похоже, вы так богатые, можете дать мне денег.
You're thinking it.
Эта фраза проносится в твоих мыслях, однако губы даже не шелохнутся. Ну отлично.
Look at that lady.
Почему нет?
Take a gander.
Посмотри на эту
Squint
даму,
your
просто
eyes.
взгляни, разуй глаза. Какие
A
блестящие волосы.
well-kept, yet
Причесанные,
tastefully
стильные,
short
коротко
bob
постриженные
of dark
темные
hair.
волосы. Несмотря на первые признаки
Despite the
седины,
first
она
hints of grey,
решила сохранить
she's
естественный цвет
elected to
волос,
keep it
сделав химзавивку и
natural,
укладку в стиле конца
shaped
40-х.
positively statuesque,
Какое величественное изваяние.
while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobe. Now look at you,
И теперь посмотри на себя, жалкая обезьяна, которая едва может завязать шнурки на своих
barely able
ботинках.
to tie your own
Я под
laces.
мышками водопада, твое
Your
появление
arms
предваряет
are
убийственный алкогольный дух.
Scythe of booze precedes
Волосы
you.
прилипли к колбу, труселя
You're
давят,
poor.
ты беден,
Poor
как
as
церковная
balls.
мышь. Не можешь
You
просить у нее
can't
денег,
ask
ты
this person
чувствуешь...
for money. You're too.
Я работяга, труженик, и мне не стыдно вытрясти пару монет из этой
You
пиявки.
think your little
Думаешь, твоя
communism
игра в коммунизм спасет тебя от этого чувства? Нет, тем более унизительно будет
No.
ползать перед ней на
As I
колени.
was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't
То
hesitate
есть мне не
to
дали
ask.
бабок? Ну и говно. А, погоди. Услышал о миллиардах. Социал-экономический мазовизм поддерживает. Так, ну-ка
Of course,
погоди.
detective.
Погоди-ка, ща, блядь, будем нахуй ролить деньжище.
voila,
О,
doing it.
Nice.
Really put your back into it. Yell it from the top of your lungs.
деньги.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Мне нужны
How much money?
миллиард реалов.
Excuse me, sir. I don't have a billion real.
Что вы же только что говорили, что 20 миллиардов или типа
That
того.
was the annual revenue of the entire... Try again, dear. A little lower this time.
130
That's a good
реалов.
sum. Not too small. Not fantastically large.
She removes a few
Серьезно?
notes and hands
А
them
я
to
мог
you.
попросить
The
больше?
paper is cold.
Ну вряд ли, да,
Already
больше
to
не
the
дала
touch.
бы. Там уже 10 тысяч или типа того было.
There must be about 200 real in that suit.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It
Ну и
may
чё,
not be
бля, и вопросы к
ethically
коммунистам
illegal
есть? Как
under
там
the
без 130
Emergency
реалов-то
Act,
в чате
still.
сидеть? А? Нищуки. Как оно? 130 реалов, между прочим, ёпт. Маркс тоже у Энгельса просил, да? Между прочим, все по-коммунистически сделано. Ну, так-то, да-то думайте. Ультралибералы должны платить, я считаю. Платить и каяться. Я считаю, все абсолютно так и должно быть. Самое что ни на есть подкуп, теперь я ваша пешка. Забавно, что здесь уходит именно это, а не безжалостная эксплуатация всякого рода людского. Я все еще пытаюсь узнать, что такое деньги, вы лишь помогли мне разобраться с этим понятием. Да, ну я бы порофлил вот так, но, блядь, Ким будет душнить, я прям уверен. Главное, что вас беспокоит именно это, а не безжалостная эксплуатация всего рода
You're right,
людского.
man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today?
Но эта тетка мне
Besides
пока
supplementing
нравится,
its
там,
salaries.
как персонаж. Так, ну что там с контрабандой наркотиков?
Someone
Кто
is
использует
using
терминал
thermal
Б, чтобы с
heat to
благословения
smuggle
профсоюза
foreign
проводить
ingredients
большую
from the
контрабанду
Samara
сырья с
Peninsula
амарийской
into
золы.
Revachol with
А
the
это
Union's
случайно
blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for
не
years.
батя этого пацана-то, который нас отправил с ним разбираться? Там тоже что-то какие-то спиды, не спиды были.
Ingredients for what?
Сырье для чего?
Meth and dextroamphetamine,
Мет
GBL, and
и
various synthetic
дексtroамфетамины,
psychedelics.
КБЛ, различные
Honestly, it might be
синтетические
quicker to say what you
психоделики.
can't make from the start.
Shit, yeah, baby. It's the party
Да, детка, это
pipeline.
же прямые поставки
Why would
веселья и
you want to
вечеринок,
shut
зачем их
that
вообще
down?
прерывать? Я правильно понимаю, что сырье поступает из Самары в Ревашоль через терминал?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know.
Профсоюз не занимается производством, только перевозкой.
As far as the company knows,
Чем
the
проводить прямые
union does,
поставки
I
веселья и
assure
вечеринок?
you, officer.
Не те вечеринки,
These are
на которые
not-
стоит
She has
ходить.
no idea what kind of
Да, она
parties
понятия не
she's
имеет о том,
into.
где тебе довелось побывать.
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Everart and the Dockworkers Union. Still. Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, then perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in
Ага,
a traffic
просить
jam at the
водителей. Ну да,
roundabout just
логично.
now. Interview the driver.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company
Почему не обратились
secrets
в
with
РГМ
you
раньше?
on more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCN.
Значит, мы найдем.
Here's your chance, officers.
То есть застрявшие на перевозке грузовики — это не случайность.
We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road. This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been thousands of liters of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol.
Cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets. From Martin
Пиздец
A
какой.
lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Seaguy, and Sin.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
К чему же доказать, что профсоюз замешан в этом деле?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Чем-то из-за мышки, наверное. Ладно, я принял решение.
Yes?
Да, мы возьмемся за это дело.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Так, тут
More
что-то еще
lessons in
есть.
basic
Это на
reality.
будущее,
Glad to
да? Все, спасибо. Три водилы. Так, ну к водилам мы еще успеем вернуться. У нас, как говорится, ночь-то бесконечная. Я могу с ней отсюда потрещать? Мне с ней как-то страшно подниматься, если честно. По улицам вновь побегут красные реки, бурным потоком, стремящимся на Рю де Эсперанс. Подождите, видите, девушка пристально смотрит на яхту.
The streets will not flow red.
Никакие реки по улицам не побегут. Кто вы такая? Синди Череп. Fucking call. Вы жалеете еще, что еще отмела? До зарождения группы крови, последний анализ на ГБТЦ. Мы лишь хотели узнать, как вас зовут, юная леди. Не нужно принимать нас в
And
штыки.
here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
Ты постоянно куда-то косишься,
The
что там?
lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust.
Ненависть,
It's
отвращение,
difficult
сложно
to
сказать,
tell which of the
чего в ее
two is
по-детски
more
хотелось сказать
prevalent
больше.
on the boat. doesn't.
That Ozon
Плюха
whore.
Озонская. За ней
Someone's
глаз
gotta
да
keep
глаз.
an eye on
Имеешь в
her.
виду
On a
Джойс?
first-name basis with her, are we?
Ты же перешел с ней на ты,
Piggy's
как я
moving
погляжу,
up
виляешь
in the
хвостом, а
world.
каждый легавый должен быть хозяин. Озон где
It's
это?
where they
Там,
grow
откуда рода подобные ей
whores
шлюхи,
like
весь их
her.
блядский народец.
And they're
Откуда столько
Have
негатива?
you got a crush on her?
Ну
Aching
да,
for
да.
an opportunity to
Вопросы?
defend her honor.
Что ты делаешь с этой
Can't you
стеной?
tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
То есть ты не знаешь,
Have
что
you ever
написать?
tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, most people write
Долой мусоров.
unimaginably.
Ну
We
да.
rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Почему так зациклено на том, чтобы осквернить это здание?
This place is
Устроение
severely
хватка
lacking
хаоса.
in
Блядь,
color.
тут весь город
Not
как на
even the
пустоши
occasional
хаоса.
trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime, yeah?
Я люблю пабликарт, не обращай на внимания, продолжай творить. Да, давай.
Thanks.
Спасибо, благодаря официальному одобрению
sure the
РГН, вдохновение
inspiration
наверняка
will come to
потоком
me.
меня
You've
захлестнет.
lessened her desire to deface the building.
После твоих слов ее интерес к осквернению здания явно поугас. Ха-ха-ха. Изи. Изи переиграл Mind Games. Вы что, неизвестно о недавнем
I ain't no
убийстве?
snitch,
Я тебе не
pig-stein.
стукач легавый.
Go
Где
forth
разнить
and
в другом
forage
месте,
and
крыс тут
suck.
полно.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal,
На самом деле, людей,
kind,
готовых спокойно,
informative manner.
цивилизованно и информативно с нами пообщаться, здесь довольно
We
мало.
weren't put on this earth to make your life
Давай,
watch
Синди.
your back, ungulate.
Да-да. Мы за тобой идем. Верю, охотно верю.
Sturdy metal door guards the southwest end. The door rattles against your knuckle. The door rattles again. But this
О,
time,
туда
you
трус,
hear
так
an
я думал,
elderly
не
woman's
откроют.
voice calling out.
Перестань ломиться в дверь, больше не собираюсь спускаться сюда никаких незнакомцев. Откройте, полиция.
The police? Everyone knows the police.
Я не
don't
шучу.
know. I already told you. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the
Ким,
east.
скажи, что мы действительно из
Madam,
полиции.
I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just the door rattles again.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not doesn't matter who I am.
From within comes the faint sound of
The police? No. I already go check.
Понятно.
backyard door.
Востока, значит, где-то можно пролезть. Ну давай посмотрим. А, там точно была дверь, но она была закрытой. Я так понимаю, она уже тоже не откроется.
There must be another way into the building.
Увы. Увы. Не-не, не надо, без спойлеров, чат. Сами разберемся. Так, нам точно больше некуда идти же, да? Да. Так, ну, во-первых, мы наварили бабла. Прилично, так солидно. Подформили. Бабосиков-то. Бабуленцей, так сказать, манисов. Да, пакет было бы тоже неплохо найти. Но, увы, так, этих водил сейчас нету, да, ночью? То есть уже бессмысленно идти. Кого-то опрашивать. И разошлись. А что там в порту, интересно? Нихуя в порту нету, да? Хотя чел не по нему уходит. Ну ладно. Ну, значит, получается, идем спать. Не надо было, ну, в смысле, не надо, если бы мы не продали диски. Если бы мы... Деньги лежат вроде. Где? Слева. Это просто надпись РКП. А тут мы смотрели, это у расиста.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see
Это мы все видели. А, деньги эти. Вижу, вижу, вижу. Ну, нормально, нормально, пригодится. Вот, если бы мы не продали диски, то нам бы хватило только на аренду, а так у нас еще 130 сверху останется, даже побольше. Немножко, так что думайте. Ну шо, Братиславский, ёпта, давай мне дверь мою.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well?
Ты подавись ты. Вот, прости за
Great.
неудобство.
Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you be the electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow.
Это мне ему каждый
Please
день
pay
надо?
each
А,
night in
20.
advance, starting
То
tomorrow.
есть мне еще и каждый день
20
20 надо
I'll take
будет
a room
отваливать.
here too.
Of
Потрясающе.
course. Always happy to have officers.
Мне нужно
Do I
выпить.
have a shaker in my...
He sounds
Так,
irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling? Because I'm not a bartender.
What
Да
you
как где,
want is a
ёпта?
goddamn drink.
Где вы
Well,
бухать
you're
хочу?
not getting it, asshole.
Вот
This is a
сучара.
thoughtful exchange. But can we move?
Скотина, ведь не дает выпить честным рабочим. Ученыш. И в хуй пусть идет. Мудак.
The door is
Так, там женщина была, да, которая в душе мылась. Ну
This
все,
is the
Кемиславский.
door to the room.
Доброй ночи.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the
Обсудить.
investigation.
На балконе? Давай, конечно, почему нет.
the air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit...
Ага, то есть он курит, а мне сигарету не предложил.
Our
Ну
role
да.
here, our rights, our jurisdiction,
Не знал,
basically.
что
I
ты
have a
куришь.
cigarette every night when I
Каждый
go
вечер.
over my notes.
Мгм.
It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so
Да, он просто
devastatingly
невероятно круто выглядит
cool
с сигаретой.
with that cigarette.
Когда стал
You
таким
mean
крутым.
This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and energy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man
Думаю,
read
тоже
Your call,
закурю.
detective. Again, I only have exactly one.
below. The city trembles with its remaining lights. People are rushing home, running away from them.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
Как по-твоему, сегодня все хорошо прошло?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can.
В смысле, я аж, блять, я достал из него пулю, из его черепушки, куда еще более тщательно-то, прости. Более того, я определил с шансом 28% легендарную проверку на то, из какого орудия эта пуля была выстрелена.
Then you shot him in the chest, which wasn't ideal. But we did manage to get him down from the tree.
Я просто хотел убедиться, что он действительно мертв.
Then we performed a field autopsy on the victim. Moreover, you found that the hanged man wasn't just
Да,
hanged,
отличная
and
работа,
you managed
согласен.
to locate and pull out the bullet, so we can get ballistics, make up the gun. All this is invaluable.
Это было самое меньшее, что я мог сделать, учитывая все мои
The
прошлые
rest is up
грехи.
to the boys in processing. Maybe they will surprise us by doing their job. There's still work to be done at the crime scene, however. We mustn't forget that. Now for the interviews.
Я обожаю брать показания, люди обожают меня, им нравится купаться в лучах моей
I'm
славы.
sure. Well, he wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information.
Он крепкий орешек.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
На самом деле, я пока не уверен, что думаю по поводу своего имени. Мне нужно другое имя, не запятнанное.
You can look into the process of changing your name after we tried to interview the White Palms rep, but she asked us to do something for her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running?
Еще много бегаете.
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
Знаешь, я не люблю попусту тратить время, соображая быстро, так что всему остальному организму приходится
It's
приспосабливаться.
impressive, especially for a man your age. And in nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Thank you for the compliment. We could manage it even in wooden clogs. There are uncanny running reservoirs.
Так что какие у нас в РГМ
They're quite
полномочия?
limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebashol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing
И всё,
fines
почему не
of up to
больше?
1,000. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not
Не располагать ли это к превышению
Yes,
полномочий?
although indirectly, as citizens can always request records. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fee. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone indirectly, it's preferable to serve a
А
station.
где гарантия, что арестованный явится в
Pretty much
участок?
you can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught.
Если понятно
As you may have
сопротивление,
gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in the watermarks, we are permitted to
Погоди-ка, то есть
record
если я убью кого-нибудь при
every
выполнении
instance.
задания,
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use it. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly by cross-examining you for
что происходит с
inconsistencies.
людьми, которых мы признаем
It is we
виновными?
don't convict.
Мы
We
никого не
arrest
признаем
and send
виновными.
them to coalition government courts in Courron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Мы все сегодня прочитали, что было? Кто составляет все эти правила? Коалиционное
Yes,
правительство?
the international community's mission in Rebashol. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Rebashol or the coalition government
Будем
formed
считать, что
the
это
RCM.
были жители
Be
Ревашоля.
sentimental if you like. Either way, the Moralintern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city.
А что такое
And they will take it away if we misuse
Моралинтерн?
it. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization.
Знаете, что это
You
называется?
know who they are.
Ага.
They have been
Если бы
running
я не
this
знал, как бы
place.
ты
They're a
выписал.
union of center-left and center-right
Союз
parties across
левоцентристских
the
и
real
правоцентристских партий по всей
Our
зоне реала. Наше
coalition
коалиционное
government
правительство
is
лишь
just
один
one
из
of
своих
its many
проектов.
projects.
Ага.
We also
Иллюминатор,
run the
короче.
ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
И что
What
они
do they
верят?
believe in? They are DeLoreans. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by her. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline.
Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the
Символ
early
Долорес
A
Дэй.
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions.
For you, she is something painful.
Что ты о них
Moral
думаешь?
intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change.
It is more than that. There's some kind of a
Тебе нравится?
I did when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moral, but the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, the moral intern are a fact.
It is more than that. There's some
Yes, but the years have changed that. Do you?
Тихо пробормотать иммигранты, либеральные кипты, ебанутые мужики, которые превращаются в баб. Осуждаю. Ну, пешки — крупнейшая в мире буржуазная организация на защите буржуазных прав.
No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would become
пора написать свой закон.
spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop.
Слова
But
революционера, а не
hypothetical
попа, однако
aside,
если отбросить
in Martinez we
домыслы.
already are vigilantes. At least the union thinks so.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motor, the dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slow.
They really don't like us here. And the
Нас
mouth on
действительно
the
не любят
kid,
за то, что говорят
you
пацан
know.
умный.
It's different in It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like we run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our life.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes.
Спасибо.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
О, рабочий журнал, который у тебя в руках. О. Я не помню, кстати, давай посмотрим.
It's the ledger you found. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back.
Бенч.
Yes, at last. You find a
Нашел
way to
способ
piece them
собрать дело по
together
кусочкам,
using the
используя цифровой
alphanumeric
код.
code on the margin.
Это не код
HDB41,
офицер
date of
участок.
initial. Why, yes, your
Это
precinct
участка
number.
41
Every
ГДБ.
last alphanumeric in the files
ГДБ
begins with
инициал.
Harry Dubois,
Гарри Дюбуа.
HDB.
HDB.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, the mural is enormous. Two silhouettes, a man, true love is possible only in the next world.
Да, слишком
For
поздно
new
уничтожен
people,
средний класс.
it is two people call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to. The case files do not show you finding. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote.
Настоящая любовь возможна только в новом мире для новых людей. Для нас слишком поздно. Уничтожен средний класс. Оставим.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people.
Мне нравится, но разве мы не можем из этого уничтожить другие народы? Ебать. Кого? Средний класс ни в чем, это просто человеческая природа.
Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
Так, не закрываемое дело.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA
Непристойное поведение общественного миссии в имущественном трезвом состоянии.
Is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to You were so drunk you didn't remember what it was when you signed on.
Ты даже не вспомнил, что это за дело, когда расписывался за него, так как ты был пьян, либо под наркотой.
Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is the only way for Leslie to stop displaying his genitals and for Burke to stop attacking things would be for them to stop drinking. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff, threatening fines, dragging them to the station,
потрясти, конечно, да, дело благое.
They live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner. Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that he must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk in the process. The ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke. Kill them. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come
Ты
around.
открыл его колену чашечку Бёрка. Хорошая новость заключается в том, что Бёрк больше не сможет
Can't get
ходить.
out of his apartment.
Не сможет выбраться из своей
Invalid.
квартиры. Он
With
инвалид.
Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he, which
Неплохо,
is also why the
неплохо.
officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing.
Квадратная
It would
пуля.
be very interesting to read about
Лучше,
these,
чтобы было квадратное
wouldn't it?
отверстие. Убийца
I mean,
начнет крутиться
there
по
seems to
медицине
be a
смерти. В то время
square-shaped
она сидела в
entry
кресле
wound
качалки,
in the
ставившей
victim's
стену с
forehead.
квадратной дырой в
She's
черепе
been
и
sitting
закрытым
there for,
ртом.
that's
Но
all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry
серийный
wound
убийца.
was square. Who knows? Those pages are
Ага.
missing. What
Интересно.
next?
Диван неожиданно на
Some
месте.
assholes brought
Силовики
their
вынесли
couch
диван из дома,
outside
чтобы
and
потусить.
hung out on it in the middle of the street. on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway.
Видели, как мудаки.
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You have no, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a murder. Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joe, beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twist. Mills didn't get off the pot, not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brain. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, okay. So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do it. Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor. In the middle of it, no one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter didn't. Nothing fits. See, you can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brains off. Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen, smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script maybe. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. It takes about half an hour. Not much has changed. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January. You don't exactly...
Ну все получается. Теперь официально, получается, первый день мы закончим. Увидимся утром. Давай.
The bed is cold and not
Нет, я не буду
particularly
смотреть зеркало.
but it's yours. The sheets look... The sheets
Хоть бы
feel at once
прибрались.
coarse and clammy against your skin.
Ты
The
закрываешь
bed
глаза.
sags
Все,
beneath
сейчас
your
будет
weight as
приход.
you stretch out, and then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come.
Сон не приходит. Почему?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Проверь
Its
подушку.
synthetic filling has separated into smells of alcohol and sweat, and it
Проверьте
barely
одеяло.
covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of... It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed
Ты его
frames.
убил
Something
кто?
to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep, and images...
Баю-баюшки, баю. Опа, ебать. У-у-у. Как зловеще. Ну, пойдем. Забавно. Вот опять же, вот как он может увидеть свое лицо, если он его не видит и не помнит? Вот и думайте. Я родился в больнице, куда обычно привозят умирать. Ни хера ты не помнишь. Чью? Я ушел.
Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just
Нет, ну так это же мы же в моей
with
голове.
one hand on the bottle and the other on your... Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy.
Не хочу возвращаться в
They were
норму.
only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone, and you found Elysium.
Ты такой Elysium.
Everything The pale and the useless. On the you really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6.
Я с тобой уже говорил.
Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do.
Кошара бледнеют.
Even you'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like you're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry. Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Труба зовет. Потрясающе. Ух. Подъем, пехота. Так, у меня есть 2 поинта, кстати. Помним об этом.
Good going, buddy. Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? That's not really true. Your heart is, you're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you, it's power, man. It's professionalism. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, suit yourself, slow, sad.
Нормально все будет. Ссать, главное.
This is not the cleanest bathtub. That soap scum smell. It smells like the bathtub slowly fills with... The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. You feel nice and lonely. And so, now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. They're not even really thoughts. Just assorted sensations. None of them. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls. What are you doing? You're not some... You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Your fingers grow pale. What are you doing? The waterline recedes as you stand. You are...
Нет, здесь просто неописуемый эпитетом, который приходит в голову, позавидовал бы любой поэт. Ой, нет. Не. Так, погоди, а тут я могу как-то что-то скрыть, например? Увы, да. Увы. Не-не-не, я не буду смотреть зеркало. У всех свои причуды, как говорится. Так, Ким, давай, подъем, братишка.
The door is closed. This door can open as you hold the metal. You sense the wall. Still, no, you should punch a fucking hole. The murmur in your ears
Ох, ядрить. Ядрить тут народ, а где я-то? Покажите мне меня. Так, Ким с нами хочет, да, побалакать? Ну, пойдем побалакаем. Доброе утро, братан. Здорово.
I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing, I'm just glad he's gone. We have other matters to attend to.
Oh well, we'll get the armored boots in another.
The Union muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them.
Надо будет с ними поговорить.
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's one loose thread less to worry about. and one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be men who drink beer for breakfast. There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The belt use, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to... That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder, in fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant.
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calm.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk...
Yeah, streetwise.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place.
Так, сейчас 3 минуты, я пойду себе чайку заварю еще. Так. Налил себе чайку. Вкусненького. Так, ну давай поговорим пока. Минуточку.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Union office probably has a phone, but I can't
О, а
really
я
get
был
there.
у этого
Or to the
у
phone booth down
таксофона.
the coast. And Gary's phone is... The manager was vague about...
Why would he be vague about phone problems?
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his...
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet.
You have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying, but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the...
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie. It's nothing like... Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of...
You're welcome, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of...
This will surely
Конечно,
lead to a
Леночка.
cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been... Oh, you're
Конечно.
such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythology.
That's one opinion, yes. And
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still...
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine you.
it's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
oh dear, I'm not sure where... Well, his expression is slightly grumpy.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has...
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins...
One other thing. He'll likely have all kinds of field gear. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back and we hit it off and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But,
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Привиденьевые.
Oh, yeah. Here comes...
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid.
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up
It's not
Да
made
ладно,
up,
ладно.
officer.
Это
It's
там букет.
simply elusive. So much so that most establishment zoologists doubted it existed. Well, some teenagers making out in the reed saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out.
I doubt it. It's not like teenagers need much encouragement in. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkled.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's, oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Так, погоди.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally. And now we know your
всякие копотипы.
Guess what's yours?
Крутой коп.
No, you're the sorry
Жалкий
cop.
коп.
The cop who's sorriest. Let's
Сделан
make it
официальным
official.
статусом.
Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Другие копотипы не будут завидовать.
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll
Sorry
be fine.
cop.
They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual
Мне
copotype
жаль
from sorry to
согласиться.
anything.
Это все остальные
Yes,
еще
yes.
пожалеют.
Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up?
Ну давай,
Of
ладно.
course you are. It's
Пощадная
okay.
самокритика.
See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or
Мгм. Ты жалкий кусок дерьма. -1 авторитета. Но у меня пока нету, я пока не хочу, наверное, тратить поинт. Хотя у меня 2 есть. У меня есть 2 поинта. Почти третий. Гулять так гулять. Сейчас, погоди, только сейвимся. Гулять так гулять. Усвоить.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
there's really no point in manipulating anyone.
Отлично.
She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told,
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid
Выступка продажи
extravaganza.
криптида супер, мне
And I
нравится.
don't. Just
Только
one.
один.
Ooh, tough choice there.
Сложный выбор.
yes. It's the kind green ape. Half-war story. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among, which is to say the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor
Знал, кем ты не
and
человек.
evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners.
Поэтому нашем дуэте инициатива всегда мне таким.
I'm beginning to wonder if I should.
Что я думаю, что лучше бы взять ее на
Please
себя.
don't misunderstand me, either of you. I didn't mean to imply that Saelites are
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculate. Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant paused.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
well, the most dangerous cryptid is
Жиронский
thought to have
гном.
none of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid. Does Cryobacter catlensis, Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in the bacterial colony Mijanu found had remained alive while Mijanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hopes of prolonging her own. Yes, the bacteria had survived.
It's actually a little hard to see, but do go on.
Yes, and she's quite mad too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, we can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness.
Короче, бабка сумасшедшая, я так понимаю, с охуительными историями. Неплохо. Какие-то самые большие.
The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur desert. In south, the towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Who are you? No animal can be that large.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a
Great. This is great shit.
What an interesting question.
Да,
Of
бывает.
course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
Цицки, вот расскажешь мне про невидимого криптида.
It's the Koldamama Dakwa.
Колдомама Даква.
Name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound. It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere.
Maybe it's predatory.
Хищник.
It's not. Don't worry. If it were predatory, we would...
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage is...
Like nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor...
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of Arabs, when playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them. Sequester, Time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mamadakwa. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting, they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon...
Great regret washes over her. When...
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what? I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them.
Охуительная история, 10 из 10. Так, мистер Гарт.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need...
How could anyone forget?
Еще плюс левель, и у нас снова их 2. Так, давай по очереди. Что у нас на кухне? Здрасте. Помидоры порезаны до прозрачности тонко. Ты кто такой?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in it. It must be his name. Garanzi. Garanzi Quebec.
Garanzi.
Sounds representative. The man puts his cup down and replies something. He looks up at you. Then, shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots.
Кажется, больше ничего не нужно, оставайся маскулинным. Содержательный диалог, что могу сказать.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the doctor, so let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think that's Titus? Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our...
She says nothing. You're sure Elysium mentioned something about a lawyer, Elizabeth, someone. But
Так, погоди, у меня вроде какие-то бонусы к логике были, стой. Попробуем прокнуть. В крайнем случае вкачаем. Так, что-то есть у меня на минус к логике? А как мне, кстати, закурить? Вот типа эффекты, это все замечательно. А как, ёпта, курнуть-то? Или просто их типа в руках надо держать, тогда будет работать. Нажми слева снизу, в руки возьми. Блять, тут ничего не нажимается. Значит, оно типа работает все еще, что ли? Ну, интеллект она вроде не дает. Или еще она там должна была давать интеллект же, да. Пробуй еще ниже. Ну вот, блять, вот везде кликаю. Пиздец, ебать. Какой крэп. Хорошо, ладно. Баг похож. Ну, похоже, да. Похоже на то. Так, есть ли у меня что-то на логику? На логику у меня ровно нихуя нету. Тогда попытаемся просто... Что она вообще нам дает? Давай посмотрим. Дает аналитикам, чистым рационалистам, конечно, тем, кто дружит с логикой. Ну, вроде еще выглядит полезно. Давай, нахуярим сюда. Скорее всего, мне понадобится что-то еще, но почему бы и нет?
Let me handle. Detective disorientated. That's right. I am not a god, so let's get to it. That's tight.
It doesn't matter if you recognize...
She says, could this be the Miss Buford that Elysium mentioned?
Ага, это та самая женщина.
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasant...
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind...
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to...
Я только что просрал 2 очка поинтов, походу.
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. Like I already told you, I'm a legal aggressive. You make your living enforcing.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just
listen. You moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolution.
Не веришь, что это социализм. Обидно. Обидно. Ну, пойдем потрещим. Кто там из вас мудачков?
This is where you say your bed.
Хуя здоровый.
Detective.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Wow. The RCM sent us some real big dick cups. Look at them.
Да, мой хер довольно большой. Как ты узнал?
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cup.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah, gave him real nice big dicks.
Наконец-то Дикс.
Yeah.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Questions? To hell with that. Get right up in the big dick's face.
Делайте агрессивный шаг вперед.
Is silent. Get further in there.
Наклони голову вправо и влево, похрустывая шеей.
What the fuck is this? You wanna fuck with me?
Перенести вес одной ноги на другую.
His eyes narrow. His right hand. This guy's tough. Get the eye twitch going. Scared. What do you think you're doing? You hear, but his mouth isn't moving. I can do this all night long. His clenched fists say, do not explain or defend yourself. Attack.
Года ты уже будешь трупом, ты импульсивно везешься в драку. Который не выиграешь.
I need to be like this to lead them.
The moment ends. With begrudging respect, the man
Так-то, ёпта.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys.
He understood what you were doing. Taking in.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy Boys, you fuck with...
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah. You're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company.
Too late. You already scanned the room. Of the actor's hair, you could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to
Еще раз осмотреть грязь.
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick.
They love him, boss. Spend all day...
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Я говорил спокойно, мне было диковинно. Бля. Это тема, хотя члены. Это не я, это игра. Я ни при чем.
Container belt, like we use it because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then
as he speaks, his fists contract.
We did this together.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
Как со всем этим сочетается пуля у него в голове? Че, я не думал, я не догадаюсь.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma,
надо было, наверное, сначала спросить, как мы его убили.
This will not...
We hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied.
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep. Titus does not see it.
Look, I'm not gonna play.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind.
That's right, lawman. And then we...
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up.
Тут, походу, еще будем долго с этой лодью.
And so are a few others. But...
Толстячок наш, да?
A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough.
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at...
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break.
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style. Right fucking here. The fucker started coming to our bar.
And fuck you too, Copper. Picking on Angus.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of them.
Like what, Copper?
You don't have to answer any of his...
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday.
Known him? We don't associate...
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when...
By the Pines Cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines?
No, I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is... Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does? You keep him the fuck out of this. We have autonomy.
When the shit starts spinning, it will not land on Mr. Clear. That's the deal here.
When Titus Hardy says he runs the Hardy Boys, he means that in an administrative capacity. On that night,
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had
A live grenade. Right here in...
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hide.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNA's goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna...
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNA's...
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of animal.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed work.
There's a slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning it.
Kill us all if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Love Elysium. Show me your cons. Why don't you show me your cons? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
No. You're not getting a name. That's a Martin name.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Вроде сказать, я столько пью, что уже и не помню, кого отправил за решетку. Это другое.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arresting mood?
A fearful readiness, like an electrical. By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away while the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve. There's a knife in there. Some of the others reach for their belts.
Я так понимаю, ничем хорошим это не закончится, да?
Wise move. You made the right choice there.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear.
Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
You still on about that?
Indeed. Mighty.
Well, there are so many bullets in the world.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Wow! He's got it in a...
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you...
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened.
Never been worried in my life, Long.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there somewhere.
Как было 3%, так и осталось, видимо, потому что у меня минусовый, да?
Again. About fucking time.
Так, ну у нас там довольно большие штрафы, сейчас попробуем переодеться на авторитет. Что у нас убирает? Вот это убирает авторитет, вот это убирает авторитет. Вроде все, да? Если на что-то на бонус к авторитету. Нету. Уви. Уви нету. А что мы можем пока что? Смешение, стойкость. Окей, ну попробуем так. А, подожди, да, у него может какая-то наркота есть. Он психику дает. А он дает психику именно вот этот вот тип параметра. Или ну-ка давай попробуем. Как это может засейвиться?
Whoa. In your hand, Parolidon, the double rainbow of synthetic. What a funny little cap. Don't let the scary medical warnings throw you off. It's not gonna give you radiation poisoning, stupid. You need to lower the radiation levels. The container is warm to the touch. Or is that just the anticipation? What is he? Your mother? Is Kim your Slurp it. You suck a manly dose of the extremely chemical smelling liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. It tastes like many things, all melting into one conflagration. In the not really. It's just the metaphor. This warmth. It makes you want to share your discovery with Kim.
I'm happy for you.
His glasses turn golden as the fire reflects off the lenses. Just don't mix it with anything, he thinks, looking you over. Thankfully, his sense of balance seems okay. Wow, Kim's badass. Or he's had a look at all these guys go off like fireworks as information pours into you. About the loot. Why not? This government develops substance. Please don't actually operate any fire machines. Already you can tell you're going to be slurping a lot.
Так, и по итогу-то что мне дали, нет? Нет, только... А нафига мне сам по себе, вот само по себе, если я типа шагнулся, допустим, у меня увеличился лимит. Я, допустим, вот выкачал за троечку, потом оно упало. У меня типа сохранится, да, в этом смысл. Типа пока не очень понятно.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
А также 3%. Ничего, короче, не меняется.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority.
Затопать ногами.
Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Кем мне нужен твой пистолет?
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing. You're probably right.
Why?
This is not what he thinks. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
What in the name of fuck are you doing?
Да понятно, что типа бонусы появятся.
I don't want to give you my gun. Not up to the...
The fuck is happening, Titus?
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
Доверься мне, Кимми, не более чем плоть.
Merely what?
The pressure in the room.
Be careful, it's loaded.
Ого. Ну-ка, блядь, сейчас мы нахуй.
Now put it in your mouth.
Пройду себе.
I want to point it at them. Everyone knows how to do that. You're a special man. You're going to...
What are you doing?
Какая тупая хуйня, боже мой, блядь.
Genuine panic flies across the lieutenant.
Fellas, you getting any of this?
Deranged cop kills himself. Citizens in shock as a deranged law official, reportedly from the 41st precinct, shot himself in the head last night in the middle of a crowded cafeteria in downtown Martinez. The exact details of the incident.
Ой, блядь. Ой, пизду, короче, вас, бля, ебанатов нашедших. Ой, блядь. Ой, да, много таких по рекам потом вылавливали. Ой. О, хорошо-то как. Ну как хорошо? Ему-то, наверное, не очень хорошо. А так забавно.
Was that? Could it be the Col de Mamadakwa? There seems to be an extremely high pitch. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor.
No, I don't hear the Col de Mamadakwa.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf. There it is again. You're about to read it. It must be very close. Keep still. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you should be... Oh no. No. Too late. It's gone. Keep your ears peeled then. If the species...
Ебош. А у меня нет поинтов, увы. Увы. Так, пойдем глянем следы новенькие. А тут, кстати, карта-то вообще большая будет. Того, что мы уже посмотрели. Большая, да, будет? Отстой.
Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Put 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 45. Another standard work boot. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot. Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. 8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary? 200. This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead from a pre... Is there anything else that's noteworthy here? I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be someone operating a workbench with a pedal, like a joiner at the harbor.
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you. Looking south, toward the traffic.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the...
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good...
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked...
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way to put it is, it was... Body's tracks? Yes.
Fuck does Kuno care? Here, pig. We're fun now. Performance buddies. Kuno could already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt. Kuno doesn't...
Неплохо. Эквилибристика и грубая сила. Ой, ля какой ты, посмотри, а. Ну это же просто невероятно.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games.
Get the fuck out of here, face.
So it's a girl.
Значит, это девочка-то вроде очевидно было, нет? Так, а что-то тут еще можем мы посмотреть?
The pile of Eternite looks stranger now that Kuno told you about his
кучу кровельного материала.
Because, unless Kuno lied, there it is. You see a shabby little door.
Бенч, нахуй. Так-то. Хорошо.
So this is the shack Kuno mentioned.
Давайте посмотрим, что внутри. Давайте действительно посмотрим. А сколько игровых дней нам дается? Неделю? Желтоватый порошок.
Be still, my beating heart.
Амфетамин.
The lieutenant isn't studying the
Ну,
powder.
сколько дней только скажите?
He's studying you.
То может я тут, бля, ебланю, а надо на самом деле бегом бежать, жопу рвать. Лейтенант не смотрит на порошок на зеркале, он смотрит на тебя. Я слышал, амфетамины могут помочь по-настоящему проявить свои детективные способности. Ты по-настоящему проявляешь свои детективные способности? Всего 5 дней? Серьезно? Блядь, так это надо жопу рвать быстрее.
No, I'm just a regular detective, thank you very much. Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade.
А что, наркотики это теперь мелочи уже?
However, see that ladder there? It's
Проход
probably another way into the...
Ага. То есть отсюда можно... Можно попасть в порт. Ага. Вот бы еще это хоть как-то нам помогло бы. Ну давай пройдем. А, подожди, тут же где-то таксофон был внутри. Сейчас можно сходить, позвонить. Там же эта Леночка просила. Если я ничего не путаю. Что это у нас тут? Ну-ка, 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 опа. Назофедик, хорошо. Это хорошо. Что тут еще? Какие-то картонки. Еще деньжище, отлично. И еще деньжище, вау. Да мы просто озолотимся здесь. А слезть мы отсюда не можем, да, никуда, увы. Увы, придется в порт идти своими ножками. Могу спуститься? Как? Пакет не нашел. Я супер коп. Ну вы что, думаете, я серьезно бутылки буду собирать? Я богатый, у меня 100 бачей на кармане. Я добиваюсь... Еще надо сам Так, подожди, а как отсюда спуститься? Что-то я не понял. Это, наверное, если ты типа не смог пройти головомера или типа того. А если прошел, то все, ходи через порт. Или может только в первый день можно. Похер, мы, как говорится, суперкопы, мы не прыгаем по крышам. Так, ну пойдем сходим в порт, например. Мне надо бы свое удостоверение найти, но я пока без понятия. О, мужичок, надо водителя опросить, вот что надо сделать.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Ты похож человек, который мог бы разбираться на наркотиках.
Man, me and narcotics go way back, but those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an...
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. Just gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing.
Working on these rhymes clearly leads to muscular atrophy.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Давай, нормально.
Your best
Она
verse.
сломала меня, она меня
You
нахуй
don't
сломала.
even have a bad verse.
That's brutal, man.
No, stop.
Нет, ты
He's
на этом
already
тексте,
mortified.
слушай, она меня до крови разъебала.
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Я больше никогда не буду прежним, она всегда где-то рядом, нахуй, дева, нахуй, все полный мрак.
Yeah, I get it.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to.
Увы. Увы. Так, ладно. 3 водителя, я правильно помню? Нам говорили про 3. Внизу нет прохода. Идем наверх. Там еще где-то этот российский мудак стоит, надо его тоже опросить. Жирный ублюдок.
Looking for something odd?
Что думаешь про наркотики?
They're shit, man. I don't... You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial economic sabotage.
He eyes you warily, unsure.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate since he left. I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealand, that beady-eyed South Samaran. He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil.
Yes. Where?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not in...
Guess so.
Это случайно не тот глухой мужичок, которого мы ночью видели? Наверное, нет. Наверное, нет.
A lorry stuck. The windows are...
Так, ну, это вот он третий водитель, или тут есть кто-то еще? Тут вот, например, бабуленька-то точно, как говорится, на колесиках крутится.
The woman still has...
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of her cornered...
Then I don't suppose you could tell me where... never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck. The men have these small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you... Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution, the side walls and cafes are filled with a... Until you came along, that is. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early while you, people, were tearing each other apart over your someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true.
All of what? The world. She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe.
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you. His head crowned.
Так это же гигачат. Черные как смоль волосы и нижняя челюсть, самая точёная из всех, что тебе доводилось видеть.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he... Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in...
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are not Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there...
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many...
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 30.
The feet of a little girl. They fit well on the bells. Diamonds.
Бриллианты,
Of
правда?
course not. But wouldn't it be whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I
Ты не
imagine.
знаете, что грузит
I
собственный
quit
грузовик?
concerning myself with that a long time ago.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like bad hand her. What do I need drugs for, Loman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can. If you don't know, why would I want to do that? Loman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe, probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad. No, Loman.
Damn this. Make her answer.
Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a
Ага, они, короче, все друг на друга валят, я понял.
Also, he's the only one I can see.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any.
Diamonds are good for you, Loman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras. I would never make fun of a real low.
Ma'am, you're not responsible for what the client puts in your lorry, as long as you...
Lay off her.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it...
I think we're done here, no?
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boy. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out, so the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the Western... The most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be...
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much...
Nothing. I just don't think...
He's worried, but not for her. For you.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. Lomonosov's Land, Udajnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
Я сказал, земля? Неплохо,
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth.
The Transcatalia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas du Mirador.
Надо жечь, пока не вращаешься в праксе стрелкой.
Irmao. I already... Yes, go. Enough jamboree.
Понятно. Значит, нам надо пойти найти на юге этого мужичка, да, еще одного. Тут больше ничего нету. Здесь больше никто не живет, увы. Как-то там на S был. Или бомбос. Так, а ты мне сейчас нового ничего не скажешь, братан?
Still here.
Не скажешь, понял. Мысль... А, да, у меня же теперь есть point. Давай, оп, оп. Поехали. Так.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Увы.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich.
Сука, сэндвич кушает. Мог бы предложить. Воздух напоминает оживленный щебет и крики ласточек. Угу.
Have you no shame?
Рене Арно.
Whining about your back every time you bring out the measure.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. No, you got this. There's the ball.
Действуешь без замен. Давай, поехали. Опа. Сейчас мы шары-то вообще их на раз-два обыграем. В новых штанцах. Оп.
You are immediately surprised by the ball. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of it. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern. Already, your muscles are adjusting to the weight. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly rest in the Grand Couronne area. A sharp overhand and embodiment of pure
Воплощение чистого движения, хорошо настроенный локомотор, работающий на пределе мощности. Посмотри, в глазах двух немощных стариков лишь страх и смущение, и трепещет перед превосходством, часто для них бог. Стань пулей. Бенч, блядь. Эти спина хрустнула. Хорош. Лучший просто.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
Бордел де мерде.
What the hell is your problem?
Уж точно не слабый правый трицепс. Я бог полей и горевых дорожек. Почему с вами должно быть что-то не так?
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure.
Тебе надо научиться проигрывать, к тому же в доме теперь можешь сидеть второе место на подиуме. Я думал, мы толкаем бедро. Ядро. Верни даже буст.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You are
Ладно, я
a
постараюсь
goddamn fool.
исправить.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their
Я
wrong.
нашел твою будку.
Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
She is nobody. This is no.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't
А что это
working
ты
that
вдруг,
night.
ёпта, в отпуске,
It's a
да?
private matter.
Лично. Ага.
Nothing.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man who'd rather die than admit.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing.
It's his heart.
No one. The bus has been unmanned since last month.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last
Как
Monday.
интересно.
Yes. It's...
Look, officer, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now? Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep it. Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting Martinez. The union is the law. Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar. Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Heavy artillery fire, you say?
Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use... Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't so, and we lacked caliber. This place is a damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up. Military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Mari. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out.
Blood Ground. You got old Rene going there. Like he isn't...
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it.
He approves of this radical approach.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol...
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think? Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol.
This royal failure weighs...
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the Suzerain. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting...
A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Frissel.
Wait, Joyce said William ran, and his nephew, Frizzle, was shot in...
This is communard propaganda. Leon would never do something like that. He is Lilion.
Lilion.
He doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with it. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already?
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. Ah, yes! King...
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a coca...
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. A nation is only as strong as it...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabinier doesn't reply.
Right.
Hey,
is a veteran refusing to let go.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in...
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven. Although he was a clown. But he was...
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Самообладание. Да, у меня есть какой-то вообще поинт. Нету. Увы. Увы.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen.
Что такое проверенная сфера, простите?
Everything that should be familiar appears strange.
Это эти штуки на башке, которые крутились. Блять, ее бы тогда пораньше надо было взять. Хотя одна экспа все равно как будто бы мало.
I have really outdone myself.
Yes, that's what you need,
Когда
Gaston.
осматриваешь.
More panning on that fat ass.
René, it's a... Hello, officer. How might I be? Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest...
Do not defile her memory, Gaston.
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire life. She was René's first girl, back when the prick was 16. They were courting...
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80...
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd be...
We were just boys then. This was no point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and...
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. René and I were both by her bedside.
Died. No use sugarcoat.
Departed. Until the very end she couldn't decide between us.
A quick grimace of pain passes over René's features, but he immediately regains control.
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have? She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be...
He suddenly remembers you.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. Well, in addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below. And is that mayonnaise?
Believe me, officer. I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich.
You can barely hear him. The
Сэндвич
sweet
с
smell of
аромат
pickles
соленого
and
огурчика в
garlic
гармонии с
butter
чесночным
and
маслом, маринованным лучком,
marinated
сосветуем
onions
насыпаться по одном, как завладеть им.
is driving your mind in a
Ну,
single
пожалуйста, друг его поделим.
It's mine.
A glimmer of respect.
Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way, but...
And it's gone.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws. We are a special kind of velvet.
Ладно. Нихера у меня нет. Увы. Увы, братанчик. Так, что у нас тут? Девочка со спичками. Роза, пистолет и полуобнаженная дама. Пролетарка. Ящик трогаю. Я все трогаю, что вижу.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a
She doesn't really want to be disturbed. Is she such a working class woman?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even it is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Mm-hmm. What with?
What with? A lot of things. Help her by carrying things? Maybe.
My husband? No, I don't know. At home now? Out.
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but I don't really need. No. Why are we still talking about?
She has though. The husband is totally lost.
What? Who said anything about shame? Stop talking.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking.
What? That's just... My daughters, they're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they...
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
Я бы не отказался от вечеринки, убойной вечеринки, никакой толпоской.
What is it with you and pulp staples, my god? I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies.
I don't even have a cockatoo. Even if I had, it wouldn't be great.
Блять, я играю реально конченым шизоидом. Да я уже сам сейчас стану этим конченым шизоидом. Это забавно.
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're...
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The story is
Найдите
open.
свою геральдическую птицу.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers. An array of neurons fire up with joy.
No, I don't. Why do you think that I smoke? It's not like yours look much better.
She is right. Your hands look even worse than hers. With tiny...
I already told you, I don't...
She's lying. She's goddamn lying. She has smokes.
From the kiosk? There's one near... Sorry, officer.
She sighs. The woman before you.
Блять, доебался до женщины. Так, погоди, мне дают экспу? 61. Дают за каждый кружочек. Балдеж, балдеж. Ну здравствуй, крошка.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
That is a book. They have stories inside them. A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side.
She is unfazed by your questions. She would consider it...
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. My pleasure. Anything else you'd like? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. School? Well, mine is a big yellow...
The gale wind blows in from the coast, a wind of needles. It wraps itself remorse, the parquet of assembly halls. The rows of stall bars are growing cold. You haven't heard a word of what she's been saying these past few...
Mum says it's necessary to do both, because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is due to...
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting it.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about...
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case. But
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you are... Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate. No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed. No, sir. She's a working woman who comes to look at the... I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or help. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though. That's a friendly enough face, most of the time.
Прежде всего, довольно дружелюбное лицо. Понятно.
Wow, you work hard.
Ну ты трудяга,
Oh,
реально?
yes. You hustle. You're a provider.
Ну не без
Oh,
этого.
yeah. Like a
Рабочая
horse.
лошадь, всё
Look
так.
at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil.
Бывает,
A
я
little.
кручусь.
You make money.
Делаешь
You
бабки.
got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a... Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the
На рынке
grave, and you're
коррумпированных копов
still
демпингуют
practically
иммигранты.
a
Чё я
hoper.
такой
Because of
бедный?
the taxes.
Кровавый
G-Man's got
мне
his
запустил свои
jam-covered
липкие
sticky
ручонки в твой
fingers in
карман.
your pocket, stealing from you every time you wipe your ass. They got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. 98% of all your money.
Охуеть, кажется, теперь страница водного рынка. Уверен, цифра, кажется, довольно
What are you
большой.
not sure about? They're milking your
Они
nipples till
давят
they
тебя до
bleed.
кровавых
Can't
мозолей
you
в твоих
see?
нежных розовых
Aren't you
сосочках.
sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Кровавый мозоль, это, конечно, больно. Чем тут поможет дерегулирование?
What are you, a racist?
Ты расист.
Don't be a racist. Be a cool immigrant,
Делишки
ultra-liberal free
крутятся,
market
бумажки
advocate.
мутятся, будь
Ride
стойкой.
or die. Keep it street.
Что ж, если то, что я не ультралиберал, сразу делает меня расистом, наверное, лучше стать ультралибералом. Брать мысль. Но я не... Нет, я не хочу, я отыгрываю коммуниста, поэтому я не буду мысль брать. Все-таки мы в ролевую игру играем,
A
правильно?
small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are new...
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure. Or perhaps you'd like our Braubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Don't be so hard on yourself, sir. You just need to clean up a bit. And technically, for playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty.
Suzerainty.
It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization.
Давай.
Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family game. Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types.
Конечно, ролевые игры
You
пользуются
know,
некоторой популярностью,
you're
но
into
те, кто
those
такой
kind of
любит,
things.
лично я нет.
Personally, I don't like it. Not at all.
Ни капли.
I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they...
An endless variety of source books, lore books. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art. The Hunters of... There's a box that says, Wirral, 3rd edition mega setting supplements.
25
Nonsense for
реалов.
anemic Beano-clads.
Не, бабки, наверное, пока погоди, блядь, на игрушки тратить, одну
The
купили и
display
хватит.
rack is brimming with worn... This is
Келлинга.
entirely,
Ты нашел подходящие книги.
mountains of it. Heroic quantities of rows and rows of Hiamdalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Maybe 100. Man from Hiamdal and the sages at the end of the world. Those snow crabs are worse than they sound. Not even close. Man from Hiamdal in hell. Man from a twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the... She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hiamdalaman lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the
Человек из
wall.
Хельмдалля
The
дьяволица.
shadow of the
Мне
woman's
казалось, все бабы
headdress,
дьяволицы.
especially those leering types, who seem to wear
Бикини
nothing but
броню,
an
да?
armored bikini The display rack before you is burdened under piles.
It is a bestseller for a reason.
А нахера он мне нужен? Я могу с ним как-то О, могу.
In your hands, you hold a brand new copy of the cover. Features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers. The box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle of individual wooden. What treasures wait in store? Even before you open it, you can.
Ну давай это на вечер оставим, действительно. Не будем пока тратить время. Согласен.
Welcome to Crime, Romance and Biographies of... Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the
Прежде чем
energy you
продолжить,
bring
похоже,
into
дама
this space.
зажиточна. Не дадите мне денег. Вряд ли мне еще подвернется возможность спросить об этом.
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I
Ну,
certainly
я не
will
дам
not
вам
give you
денег.
money. I would be doing you a grave sight. One has to earn one's success, even if one is...
Son, you got destroyed there.
Увы.
What an idiot.
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her no... Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled...
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Я пришел сюда, чтобы свергнуть свободный рынок, покончить с детским
You must be
трудом.
kidding. There's nothing like that happening. Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, Indeed. Are we done with it?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people...
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? Oh, well.
Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghost.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf. Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself.
She smiles. You see a set of tattered curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from, you see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else. The curtains tattered with, just as you're about to pull apart the curtain.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtain. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the... Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I am sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't...
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust.
No! Please just talk to me, officer.
Lies. Rip them open with
Открывай,
there is
да-да-да,
something
открывай.
mysterious about the curtain. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust.
Ну, это по-настоящему. Опа!
You see a dimly
Тут
lit room
освещенное
full of
помещение,
dusty
уставлено пыльной
furniture
мебелью,
and
каким-то хламом.
trash.
В конце виден
A
дверной проем,
doorway
лишь
stands
десятками
in the back,
пугающих амулетов в форме
covered in
клетки.
dozens of...
I warned you. You're unleashing...
У-у-у. Призрачный силуэт сушилок для волос. Слегка андрогинный портрет мужчины.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in... What if you just break it down? That's right. Take in your surroundings. You need to have a steady breathing, solid core. You've got this. The room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop. It's made of a solid block of wood, but it has only an echo, a hollowed out dark echo.
Давай засейвимся еще раз.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you,
Bench,
covered
okay.
in dozens, if not
Хорошо.
hundreds, of little oddly
Ой.
shaped trinkets, and charms. It appears to be locked. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame.
I'm not thinking of trying again, are you?
В жопу систему. Вышибить дверь с криком, сука, боль. Не смеется, ублюдки. Какая же нахуй. Опа. Так. Ким имеет, так и сказать, пару слов.
What is this place?
Думаю, мы попали в женскую школу бокса Артемпитем.
I think you're right, though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight.
Some specks of dust shimmer in it. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for a supernatural explanation.
Так, что он там сказал, фонарь, да, взять в руки? Ну, давай попробуем. Так, я что-то не понял, что он сюда пускать-то не хотел. Ну, типа спортзал. И чё? Кожей и потом. Ядро. О, мы не можем это ядро тем старичкам отдать? Они, может, что-то подобное кинули вроде, нет?
60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of
50
these weights.
килограмм.
Show the there are no collars on the barbell. Why does it feel so familiar?
Голова болит. А я могу, типа? Не могу, да?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber. It's just a memory from another life. When you were young.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating.
Так, момент.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Ух. Сейчас спина хрустнет.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly, even your body has failed you.
Так, не-не-не, подожди. Мы подымем. Сейчас все будет. Только, говорит, надо только это приноровиться. Так, Ким страхует сзади, нормально. Опа! Когда в отдельный слот сохранить. Это для слабых. Слоты сохранятся. На случай, если там что-то вдруг сломается, есть автосейв. Что-то переигрывать я не собираюсь. Закарабкаться. Так там есть автосейвы. Не страшно. Опа! Сюда, родной. Вопрос есть? Так-то. Ким впечатлен? Плюс моралечку, между прочим, дали. Я не помню, у меня фуловая была.
A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head. Hey, but you're still in the ghost house.
Good technique.
Так-то. Будете знать. Небезопасно. Не была такая в детстве, кстати. В спортивном уголке. А что? А, подожди, куда подняться можно. Так. Мусор какой-то. Дикие животные. Огромная бутыль, заполненная странной жидкостью. А посмотреть мы не хотим. Левелапчик, кстати, подлетел сочненький. Хорошо. Опа, 3 монеточки сюда. Мягкий синий бархат. Какая-то жуткая музыка. Опа, еще 1,5 монетки. Вот уже, как говорится, прибарахлились. Ателье Эмма. Паралыш на построение слепстрим. Опа. Узловой блок памяти. 50 бачей стоит. Ни хера себе. Это получается бабки, бабулецы, манисы, деньжищи. Я так понимаю, это что-то квестовое, да, какая-то жижа?
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can... These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different type, translucent Welkins, with organs shining under their skin. Who are all those creatures? Fantasy. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appear. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble.
Я не знаю, это
This is
отсылка или
clearly a
нет,
Welkin supremacist.
но похоже,
The note
что да,
says
похоже на
all
отсылку.
non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Tuorg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin.
Тут и на Вархаммер, и на Властелин колец типа отсылка, да?
Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. Just look at those details. So much.
And for what? All gone. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are, albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun."
Это не на этот, не на Артс Фаталис отсылка про тепловую-то смерть и фэнтези.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI. It looks a bit like an academic calendar. Only as time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat." The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman.
Так, что тут еще есть? А, я могу ставить, наверное,
This
да?
appears to be some kind of machine with a cube shape.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. This is the Ream Civic radio computer. Model RS.
We have one of these down at the station, but I never...
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing it's empty like a beehive without the filament you have would fit perfectly inside the like a smooth drawer. The filament slides into place. On the keyboard, a bar of fabric right above the keyboard. Oh no. It was already glowing and now it's also making the static gets louder, slowly filling.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insel. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production? Good. Please repeat the password. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? No. Still no. Received. I will...
That sounds bad. A login, don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Good. Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Fortress accident is the company on whose name the... One moment. Fortress accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio. Any other questions? Yes, I am alive.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect them. I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in. Doesn't it get lonely? Sitting there all by herself.
Lonely? Why would it get...
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if... Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Nothing happens. The filament slides out of it. Nothing happens. Nothing. Something's missing.
Так, а может быть та тетенька знает пароль, или может где-то здесь пароль есть?
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123 points unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart. Title looks like a surveillance program. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap. Someone very important. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, a list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, all of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working.
My God, it's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo.
Звучки самые. Ну это по-любому какая-то тема с отсылками, я думаю.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. I think...
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted to get...
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it. No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a mod, not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked. Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people. Possibly...
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... it's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep...
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment. This ice bear is a hyper-carnivore. The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand...
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name. Revachol Ice. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Somewhere in the past, it's summer. 5-year-old Fifette lets go of her mother's hand, change jingling in her pockets as she hops towards...
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. The note is written with a blue pen.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's... Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from... You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I...
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for... It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right?
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site...
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just let... That's a plausible hypothesis. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the iceberg fridge.
Пароля все еще нет, увы. Машины для производства... Блин, я бы хотел себе машину для производства мороженого. Это довольно здорово было бы.
A thick layer of coal dust. Looks like this furnace has a face. And it's a...
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire.
A lush layer of coal now covers your... Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for... Still, it's good to have this dirt on you. A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. The echo is so prominent.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate. See...
Bent metal. Broken. You are the destroyer. The bane of inanimate matter. Kudos.
Предметный спецотряд. -2 болевой порог. Давай, звучит подходяще. И учится вроде быстро. Здесь есть дверь. Ну-ка, погоди. Мы вернемся. Замершая машина для производства мороженого. Все еще работает, мороженку можно.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It turning the crank feels oddly satisfying. Like it's all gone now. You'll never become a poet. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure? You slip your fingers under the frozen lid. But no. This is going to need something else. Some kind of super... If you want to try again, then you...
Монтировку давай. Хотя мне техника подсказывает, что не поможет монтировка. Но мы попробуем.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
Нужна какая-то изъёбистая монтировка. Увы.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream. Something close to you died.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. An electric sizzle. The room is...
Может, растает и можно будет скрыть, типа того. Драма +1. А, погоди. Там же дверь еще одна была, типа. Две ржавые винтовки, на вид нерабочие.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest.
Опа, а это случайно не та пушечка, из которой того мужичка-то пристрелили повешенного?
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still
видимо, не
beautiful
она.
thing in its own way. It's the same type of weapon, yes, a breech loader, but it's not the same gun. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around.
He likes this find.
Под потолком кто-то припрятал сломанное оружие. На это уже не посмотреть, да? Еще наверх пройти можно. Пойдем посмотрим. Не вижу. А где?
A thick layer of coal. It's dark. The echo is so prominent.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney.
Вернись назад. А, назад в смысле вообще назад? Там кто-то разговаривал, надо быть осторожным, потому что ствол-то мы так и не нашли свой.
Folded like a bellows. It covers half. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. What an odd thing to do. Still nothing. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there. Maybe we...
Может, спросим. Половицы скрипят. Что же это может значить? Открытка. Ну, вроде ни хера нет. Ну, пойдем спросим тогда эту дамочку интересную. Что ей известно об этом месте. Сейчас вспомнить, как мы сюда вообще пришли, вроде отсюда. Мадемуазель, у меня есть некоторые вопросы к вам. Такой взгляд, женственную прическу ставит маскулинность под угрозу. Это да.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. I suppose it's all over. Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything.
Host Almighty, she prays. Guard me in my honest business venture.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman. All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed.
Я уже смотрел, как будто бы.
But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity? You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney? Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe
Всё, теперь ты уже не считаешь меня
Okay,
сумасшедшим, да?
but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits. The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin.
Didn't that curtain just move?
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived.
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negative is...
Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear... Oh, this! No, It's a special Himian amulet. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell. Yes, the Simonese are very crafty, and their wards...
The woman before you.
Так, ну пошли покричим. Котел. Почему бы и нет? Звучит разумно, как говорится. Мне, кстати, нравится, что Ким больше не бухтит, что мы не занимаемся расследованиями, а предлагает пойти покричать котел или что-нибудь еще сделать. Вот и думайте.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you.
Oh.
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
Да.
The sound of a curtain being pulled.
After you, officer.
Так-то. Ёпта, суперкоп в действии. Кстати, а то, что мы отключили вот эту всю еду, это вообще как? Ну, видимо, нормально. Опа, нам пароль сейчас дадут.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise. She's got a direct view to the backyard.
Опа, она
You
могла
should
что-то
interrogate
видеть.
her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system.
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some, not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. I think I have just the right one for you. You're a police officer, right? Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli.
She winked back at you.
You definitely need luck in Martinez. Was there anything else? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone?
Rats scuttle in the dark rooms, under the abandoned blow dryers and dusty mannequins. Cobwebs cover rotors and radio computers alike.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit.
You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger. And that, Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse.
You should have known
it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. Oh, this one's a mess. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit, and they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get... It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real...
What does she mean?
Don't worry, the ACP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed Sub Rosa.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist?
But what drugs exactly?
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone.
Even you can probably do better than
Наверное, не
that.
опускался.
A small, sickly old man hunched behind his work desk, his pants stained with old piss, stuff in his sack.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years. Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the material. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies.
Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hash, the usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 40. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house.
Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait,
это было бы
forget
забавно.
it would take two.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. They certainly took their work very seriously. Even the usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the product. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest. Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revershow ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by 2 guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever...
Fritta does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne, and they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. Eventually, Ravishell ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece. You did what? Really? You broke it? What a shame. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his...
Scary, but cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you
Опа,
through
это
life
они нашли?
by telling you to do more
В
drugs.
основном
slowly.
старайтесь принимать
A
отдых на
wise
наш.
and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved.
Do you? Well, good luck keeping it under control. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers under the window. Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me.
Ну,
I
вообще-то...
think none of those doorbells work, including mine.
The doorbell with the empty name card must
Ну,
belong to her
но
then.
он должен принадлежать ей.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography...
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was placed on Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company.
No, it was something. Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them and... Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts.
It's because she's in cahoots with the demons.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind...
The jig is up. The she-demon, no time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
So I'm the Grand Dragon in the cave. Might I ask what supports this claim? Oh my, I've revealed. You better call the exorcists. Of course. How convenient. Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies...
Plaisance needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies... Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Officer!
And what technique is that?
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He's still...
Officer, this isn't how mature...
Now you feel something. The cold damp of shame washing over you.
The air pressure told you to take your pants off? Can you please employ this special technique somewhere else? I work here.
Ну, раздеться перед ней не самая дурная мысль была, мне кажется.
Oh, it's you again.
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost...
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about? My address is exactly...
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is... Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. No, you're right. I didn't. It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always... And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. Nothing really.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying...
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind. Well, there's always something going on in the... During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot...
She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder...
But I never saw anyone during that fateful... I might have, but in this case, all I would... It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to... It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Ничего по итогу нам и не
I'm
сказала.
listening. I'm pretty sure. Sure. Good. I hope it claps.
Так, ну пойдем расскажем этой странной женщине. Так, погоди. А, кости точно. Ну-ка, ну-ка. Недоступная белая проверка против карты в журнале. Но это я уже видел. Так, а при чем тут проверки на белом фоне сейчас доступны? И чё? А при чем тут кости? Хер его знает. А там есть какие-то с эффектом, да? Пароль нам все еще никто не сказал от игры. Я надеялся, что эта девчуля нам пароль скажет. Увы. Хотя, может, сейчас эта хозяйка скажет. Было бы хорошо, мне прям интересно. В чем там, так скажем, кекич.
What have you found? And also, a novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes I don't understand. If it's not her, then when...
She's squeezing on the pendant too. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
Too many inconsistencies. What kind of talk is that? Yes, because her business consists of the... I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, Detective. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Wow. Total psychic.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you.
The shop around you feels ancient suddenly. Damp and...
Погоди, надо, наверное, солгать ей. Ой, а я не засейвился.
It's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Черт, я автосейва, да, там не было? Увы. Увы.
Oh, it's you again.
You feel no...
Черт, надо было сохраниться.
Oh, it's you again.
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though at...
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking?
No.
Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where and what? Does it mean that I'm safe?
Don't let her become complacent. She starts laughing.
Do you know what this is? It's a morn. I drove it into the ground within a year. It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't... Yeah, that's why it's like... But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. Nothing.
The lieutenant.
Your window.
I'm sorry, detective, but... well, during the...
She's not...
But I might have. It's really hard to make it. It's an odd
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Я сейчас опять забыл вот идти. А, все правильно. Все правильно.
What have you found? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she... I don't understand. If it...
She's squeezing on. Just don't say...
Oh, how horrid! Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? What does that mean? Are you certain? All that matters is that the energies are retreating. Okay. I can already feel... Thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better...
All right, then. All's well that ends.
The shop around you feels ancient suddenly, damp and saturated by the coastal air. The books are rotting. A great cold. These shelves are overburdened. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crime. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy...
Crime fiction is a disgrace. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work. What's more, they completely ignore the cycle. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. You see, Dick Mullen on the job. Get me a killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve. Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen... Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Then this is the book for you.
Of course. Such violence in America.
Трактат о магии фашистов. Интересно.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of...
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, a very influential historical figure. But surely, the book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least...
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something
a true cultural touchstone.
Browsing through all the books with all their names, suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, chronicles the romance between two of the finest tipped. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a run.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for... I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map. This large map displays archipelagos. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, archipelagos. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, radiating outwards from you. The suzerain Revachol. With a radius of 80 kilometers, you can, on Caillou, lost little pearls of light. Tiny fire. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing in connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost, perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the river Esperon. To the east, rolling hillsides. Le Jardin, Stellam, Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock. The strip of coast next to the great... No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black street. No, this is somewhere to be.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. That old thing. It's an out-of-date from when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up. They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Always good to be informed.
По-моему, я выкинул кучу бабла просто в никуда.
This bookstore is not strictly about...
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh, no.
Amidst the various books, you find one written. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicine. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people, wholeness, unity, balance. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this? The throbbing in your head increases with suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The book contains very little explanation on the matter. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies. Or, for example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a Venic. It is, and good for the circulation. It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pail. Readers are instructed to cover, among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the path. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if this is exactly what you need. I don't want to be the party pooper, but there's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to You close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you. Well, I hope it contains what...
Так, ну вроде все. Шмонали. Так, давайте на сегодня тогда закончим. В принципе, забавную цепочку кустов прошли. Спасибо тем, кто был на стриме. Продолжим завтра. Но, кстати, насчет завтра, скорее всего, будет короткий стрим, потому что мы завтра леща будем тратить. Но я думаю, часика 3. Завтра посидим. Чуть поменьше. Так что тоже где-то в районе 6 по Москве, наверное, подрублю. Затягивает. Ну, забавно, но... Типа, не знаю, слишком много текста, который, как говорится, вообще ни на что не влияет. Но неплохо, неплохо. Нормально. Терпеть можно, так скажем. Вот, так что завтра продолжим. Завтра приходите. Давайте чат. Доброй ночи. Всех обнял.